Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's having an absolutely wonderful day so far today. Sorry about missing yesterday's stream. My power went out and was out for like 8 hours. But let us jump right into Memories in Orbit. I still don't know where we're really going in this game. Other than, I do know that I believe we were going to head towards Metropolis next. I still don't have any other pathways, Overseer's pathways unlocked, unfortunately. And I don't have any other things I can allocate in my allocation matrix for upgrades of different varieties. So we did get one of these, I think they were called pearls last stream. I don't know where the others are or how to deal with them. So we just gotta start wandering around, I guess. I think I do want to try looking at what's in Metropolis, which is right over here. I think that's where I want to generally head towards. So getting more money to be able to purchase things from Mel here would be helpful as well. Gotta remember what the controls for this game are. Actually, they're not that complicated. So we still don't have any sort of like dashing ability. We do have, it was this button for dodge, and then this button for attack. So we do have dodge and attack buttons both. This button was which? Yeah, okay, there we go. I'm just like, I don't remember exactly which buttons are for which bits of movement tech, but I do know that we need to actually use all of them because, well, they're all important. Every little advantage we can give ourselves does add up. Because, well, not the world's easiest game from what I can tell. We're actually at full health still. Making it places with full health does come in handy. I do believe there's a save point, or like a save respawn point, just inside Metropolis as well. That I am going to use it, though I'm not sure how useful it actually is without the Overseer there, because I seem to remember it saying that we were missing the Overseer last time we were at the save point. I'm not sure how to get that back, or how to get them to show up or come back, which is potentially mildly problematic. Yeah, I think it's mildly problematic that I don't actually know, because we saved one of them. Do you have a twin? I could swear I've seen another model like yours go under this building. Interesting. I believe we can go up there now. Yeah, this is a Overseer missing. I'm not sure how to get the Overseer to actually come back, or at least no longer be missing, because that door is locked. That pathway is closed, but I believe I can go up now, because we have the ability for these purple things to, or these pink things to regenerate our ability to launch up places, which does, I do think that does help us get up here at least. I would very much appreciate this robot thing not just standing there. Because if they're just gonna stand there, they're not. Oh, that's okay. There are multiple enemies on the way up here. Okay, there we go. I do need to be careful of the enemies in this area, because they're not super strong, but we don't have a lot of health either. Okay, so this is just a climb up and over the building. Oh, there's another pathway up here. I can't say I was necessarily expecting that, but I'm also not really sure what I should be expecting in this game. So far at least. Because from what I can tell, nothing is ever where we are actually expecting it to be, and the entire world is full of confusing, branching pathways. Oop. It's almost like the blood wants this place to age and crumble. Show some respect. After all the blood has been through, no wonder he's withdrawn. I do notice this ledge here. You got caught too. Huh. Figures. There's a button over there that I want to press, but I don't think I can get over there without getting launched up into the red dangerous grass. And launching myself up into the red dangerous grass seems suboptimal. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but launching ourselves into dangerous red grass does seem like it probably is not the world's greatest idea, right? I can actually use my movement tech to grapple onto enemies and get places. That is looks like a small platforming challenge. I do also know that there's a pathway down. There's an enemy down there, and there's a Nakra Basin down there. I'm particularly interested in the Nakra Basin because those are... defeat 3 enemies without touching the ground. Can't say I was expecting an achievement to pop up right there. We do have free Knocker heals due to one of the abilities I have equipped. I don't remember exactly which one that is. So that does come in a little bit handy, I suspect. And then we can... that's not too terrible of a platforming little challenge right there. Oh, okay, it's longer than just one jump. I suppose that does make sense. I do need to make sure I'm actually clearing the gaps. I think there's an old core sitting on the outside of this building. That's probably worth noting for the moment, at least. And also not jumping into the danger grass. The danger grass is a little bit on the dangerous side. Bell Tower Visitor Pass grants access to the upper floors of the bell tower in the Haven. Okay, that opens up another pathway back on the other side of things, which is fascinating. Because it's been a little while since, or it actually hasn't been a little while since we've been over there, but it did have a item, or there was a locked door in, I think it was the aviary, that required a bell tower pass. And it looks like we have that now. It looks like we have the bell tower pass now, though there's also still multiple pathways through the city. Requires old-fashioned key. That's certainly a new type of key. Oh, that is also a combat challenge. Okay, I want to take out the enemies in here, preferably before they take me out. Okay, none of these enemies are actually that tricky, though them knocking me into the goop, or not the goop, the danger grass is a little bit terrifying. Okay, is that... It's only 2 waves. It's not too terrible. I know a couple of times these have been a lot longer. Torn Overseer Roots City Gates. Okay, so this is the Overseer here. So where did that first Overseer we found fly off to? I'm legitimately curious now. Because we found an Overseer, but they appear to have been a different Overseer than the one we needed. Door locked from the other side. This game really likes to just lock things behind doors on the other side of the map from us. We are down 1 armor, but I don't think that's terrible. I bet you we're pretty much right back at this overseer, yeah. Though there was also the pathway off the left side of that building up top. And I'm guessing that this... I'm just going to check. I'm guessing this is the fast travel path. Or fast travel system for the game. Yeah. Yeah. That is just fast travel. So I'm going to go back around. Because there was definitely another pathway. Yeah, there was definitely another pathway. Also, we apparently missed an item just sitting on the ground up here. A disturbing curio. An ancient artifact supposedly used by travelers in their everyday life. Yeah, apparently we just missed that item. Okay, and then none of these enemies are actually all that difficult. Yeah, none of these enemies are actually all that difficult. I just need to pay attention to the fact that they exist so I can slightly poke them and not run out of health. And I do still need to always remember that I actually do have my, like, dodge ability. The game's really just sending me back and forth across the map, though, because the aviaries sent me here, which gave me the item to go back to the aviaries. I do suppose it did warn me. I'm surprised I didn't take damage from that enemy right there. Oh. I'm surprised I didn't take damage from some of those enemies. The Nacra Basin is on top of the roof that I want to go down anyways. So that's workable. And that's definitely workable. I do know that there was also the item up on the top of this room, but I'm not sure how to get up there. I saw something outside the window up there. Yeah, I saw something outside the window on this room. Okay, I don't need to defeat them all in the air. That's just something that it was like surprise little bonus item. Okay, Nacra Basin, free health, because I noticed I could jump off the left side of this building also when I was up here, and I think I want to generally take the pathway of explore as much as I can in each area before I go to a different area. Okay, that requires an old-fashioned key. I see a crystallizer up top. I see one of the crystallizers here. Oh, hey, look, I actually got the name correct. For some reason, I thought that they weren't actually called crystallizers, but I was going to call them crystallizers anyways, because they crystallize your Nacra. This looks like a boss chamber. But it's also just a container with... It's a boss chamber. Or it's a very boss-looking chamber. Ah, yeah, that's a Calderon. Unyielding furnace. I have no idea how much health this thing has, because I can't see enemy health bars. Ah, yes. I should make sure I actually dodge. I should make sure I actually dodge attacks. Okay, I don't have much health left myself. But this does feel like a useful boss to probably take out while I'm here. Though this boss might also take a couple of tries. That was slightly unfortunate. Oh, I think I can shortcut back this way. It's locked from the other side, but this is just the building I need to go over, I think. No, it's a different building. This one's the one that requires the old-fashioned key, so this is the building that I just needed to go over to get to. Yeah, I'm not worried about taking a little bit of damage here, because we have the free heals right before we drop down to the boss fight. I will say, I wasn't expecting the container to break the floor when I opened it up. That was a little bit of a surprise. Oh, there are still enemies here. I'm gonna probably use the crystallizer each time I make a lap around, just because it's like 30 Nakra tablet, or it's like 30 Nakra droplets, and those will add up if I have to fight this boss a couple of times. I have to take a couple of attempts on the boss. Actually, probably more than 30, because I only get 6 from that. It's not a ton. I'm gonna check if there's anything to the left as well. It's another Torn Overseer. We're finding a lot of Overseers in the city, and I don't know where any of them actually belong. Heimdall the Librarian. Blood doesn't grant audiences to machines, not even to me. I find it rather concerning. He must know that I'm here to talk about the contents of the library. Doesn't he? Something tells me that the blood does not realize that's what's going on. Oh, this is another just fast travel point, like right here. So where did that first one fly off to? Okay, apparently I can't attune this one. Because this wind does not want me to actually attune this point. I'm guessing this might require me to beat the boss first. Okay, I can attune it so long as no, I can't attune it. It is very, very, insistent that I beat this boss, I believe. Yeah, the beat Calderon the Unyielding Furnace. I just didn't want to have to run all the way back each time, but it's also, I suppose, not a terribly long run back. I just need to be a little bit more careful with my attacking versus dodging. Because the boss isn't... Yeah, the dodge window is actually fairly long in this game. Yeah, the dodge window is actually fairly long. Though I did mess that one up, because it's not forever. But I can... Okay, I messed that one up also. And I messed that one up. But it's definitely not a forever thing. Okay, we made it to, I think that's a phase transition. Which means that's probably around half health. And we're out of health. Yeah, I'm guessing that the phase transition was probably around half-ish health on the boss fight. That would at least make sense to me. Though I could be completely off base, and it could be anywhere from 10% health to 1,000%, or to like 90% of its health bar, but I have no way of knowing. Yeah, I have no way of knowing how much health it actually has. But it'll give me another Overseer pathway in Metropolis, and that it's almost good enough for me to want to just make sure I take it out sooner rather than later. I do think I can actually get all the way back up there if I need to the Nakra pool. I'm also ideally don't need to climb all the way back up to the Nakra pool, just up to the crystallizer, because slowly picking up more crystals. Yeah, slowly picking up more Nakra droplets and crystallizing them will... Because they are basically the currency from what I can tell. I don't have any old cores right now. Is slightly unfortunate. Yeah, that is slightly unfortunate. Okay, let's try to be a little bit more cautious. Because yeah, the timing on the attack dodges is not terrible. The timing on the attack dodging is not terrible, but I do just need to pay a little bit of attention. I do need to pay just a little bit of attention to it. Because they will eventually... I only have 5-ish health, and if I'm losing this much health to phase 1, I have a feeling I'm not going to make it very far in phase 2. Yeah, they're not difficult to get the timing correct. I just need to actually get the timing correct. I just need to actually get the timing correct. Which is... The wind does not help here. Yeah, the wind does not help. And the fact that I keep, like, getting sent up into the air above it also just makes it a little bit slower. I'm not trying to bounce off of it. I'm trying to do my actual attack there. I'm, like, bouncing off the thing on its head instead of actually attacking, which was slightly suboptimal. But I suppose it does make sense if it's the thing directly in my way that I'd be attacking it. Yeah, might as well, and still always might as well pick up just the extra couple of knocker droplets on the way over. I don't need to go through, I do need to go through this room. I thought for some reason in this pathway like 5 times. Why does it keep confusing me? Yeah, well, why does this pathway keep confusing me, this run back? It's not... It is far from a new run back to me. I need to take out the enemies. Oh, I can break this. I can break their attacks. I can break the, like, little ice balls that they shoot out at me. I legitimately did not know that. I think I might have done that unintentionally a few times, but I did not consciously realize that that was a ability I had. Okay, I'm gonna run back up to the knocker pool after I take out these two enemies here, because I've taken hits from both of them. And that is not optimal. Yeah, that is not optimal to take a bunch of just random damage right before the boss, but luckily the knocker basin is 100% free. Yeah, luckily the knocker basin is 100% free, which does come in quite handy. And then I can crystallize. I think the amount of knocker droplets I get is randomized. Yeah, I think the number of knocker droplets I actually get is randomized, but this does mean I get to build up my money a little bit. And then I can come back down here and try to be a little bit more careful with my dodge timings. Because, yeah, they're not super difficult timing-wise. They are just... I can't interrupt my attack to dodges, I think. What's throwing me off a little bit. Yeah, I think that's throwing me off at least a little bit. Because if I can't attack to dodge, or if I can't interrupt my attacks, then when I hit the button, I just don't actually dodge when I thought I was going to dodge, which means I take damage instead. That one was early. Yeah, I was definitely early on that one. Yeah, these bosses don't seem unreasonably difficult. I am making it fairly consistently to phase 2, and then I'm running out of health on phase 2. Because the wind starts throwing... I think the wind is throwing me off, and then the fact that I keep not actually attacking it, because it's like, oh, you're directly above one of these things. Let's down attack it. Let's just do a down attack on the green thing on its head. Despite that not quite being what I intend to attack. Because I want to attack the enemy itself, or the boss fight itself, and not whatever's on its head. That doesn't seem to actually deal damage to the boss. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. These enemies aren't super strong. They only take a couple of hits to take out, which I suppose is where the comment from last stream of just remember how many attacks each enemy takes defeat came from. These ones are 4, and my last attack deals double. Yeah, the third attack in my combo seems to deal double. Yeah, because we had like 86 that time, we have 78 this time, so the amount of knocker I get from things is definitely slightly randomized within, I don't know what range, it's like 70 to 85-ish, I think. Give or take. Let's try to be a little bit more cautious with the boss fight. Yeah, I think if I'm a little bit more cautious, then I have slightly better luck. So I think it's parry one and then do an attack. Because then that gives me time to recover my... Yeah, gives me time to make sure I'm actually paying attention and can parry the attacks. To not just be spam attacking everywhere, but treat it more as a parry and then counter. Yeah, parry and then counter seems to be a much more effective style of gameplay against this boss. Because I can parry one and then I can counter it. Yeah, I can parry one and then I can counter. And then I can kind of move off to the side, because yeah, the attack patterns aren't too crazy. I did mess that one up. Okay, I took a lot of damage right there from getting slightly thrown out of whack there. Because I'm now at... Yeah, that's what I mean by, like, keeps having me not attack. Okay, I'm surprised I survived that one. I'm surprised I survived right there. This boss is a little bit on the trickier side. But they do seem like they're a perfectly doable boss at the current juncture, though. So I'm gonna at least give it more attempts here. Oh, is it the junk pile that's giving me a different amount of Nakra each time? It might be. I'm still really not sure how this game, a lot of the systems in this game, actually work. I think I just clipped him through I think I just clipped that enemy through the floor. Yeah, I think I just clipped an enemy through the floor by accident. Little bit unfortunate that I don't get the knocker from him, but I'm not sure what happened to that enemy other than they kind of just vanished on me. And I think I saw them sort of glitch out a little bit through the floor. Okay, step 1, heal. Step 2, recrystallize my Nakra so I don't lose it when I inevitably mess up the boss fight again. I keep hitting Y and then being like, wait, why did it not crystallize? It's because I need to hold Y for a couple of seconds. Or I guess it's hold triangle for a couple of seconds. Hold the button for a couple of seconds. But yeah, I think if I am getting better at the timing for this boss. And this boss does seem to be fairly well built for just do a dodge and then dodge an attack and then do one like counterattack of my own, because they seem to be fairly predictable. Yeah, they seem to be a fairly predictable boss fight, at least their attack pattern wise. I just have to actually be paying attention. Yeah, I have to actually just be paying attention. Okay, so when they start, they kind of have like a little bit of a lead up for that attack. Okay, that attack I'm not as good with dodging. And that attack, the timing for it is to just move out of the way. Okay, 1, 2, and then it's going to go 1, 2 over there, and then I can counter. Okay, apparently I can just move completely out of the way of some of these attacks. Which is mildly amusing. Yeah, the fact that I can just move out of the way of a lot of these attacks. Oh, the wind blows the icicles back up. That is good to know, I suspect. Yeah, the fact that the wind blows the icicles back up, I think, is good to know. But okay. I think I'm moving back and forth in like a infinity sign shape was working there, and then Calderon defeated. That's it. 120 knockers, not terrible. I'm gonna crystallize it and go back to the knocker thing before I continue through that area. And also, or refill my protective coat and then crystallize my knocker before I continue through the area further. Because having less than full health is terrifying. Doesn't really matter what game it is. Having not full health scares me. Just because, I mean, it's a little bit of a dangerous position to be in. We are getting a decent chunk of the crystallized knocker, though, from all the different enemies. I'm guessing there's something over here. Unknown object, pick up. Old-fashioned key. That is the key we need to get into that room up above. Yeah, grants access to the Hall of History in Metropolis. And then that is a very solid wall. Okay, I probably should have just picked that up before I went up, but I didn't know if that was going to be just an item pickup or a entire area or what. Okay, but this shouldn't be too terrible. This is a new room. I'm going to read the information panels after I open up both doors. Because there are 2 doors. Yeah, there are 2 doors in this area that I want to open up. We're on level 0, Hall of History. I think it intends me to read them left to right. Yeah, information panel, the 6 voices. The eye, the blood, the breath, the hand, the spine, and the heart. This really does seem like we're in some sort of like giant robotic body. Information panel and embedder? What are these? The embedding ceremony. What is getting embedded by who and for what purpose? And there's also a shiny object up here. Sharpened hairpin. A modifier can be installed in your modifier center. Grants the ability to slice enemies with X while using the hairpin on them. That requires 40 modifier slots. 40 modifier slots is a rather large number. Can I get on top of the elevator? I can get on top of the elevator. And that's even more money. I like getting more Nakra. Information panel, a Pearl's anatomy. I still don't really have any clue what's going on in the game. Clearly. I do know that every bit of Nakra I can pick up does add to my total, and I need more old cores to be able to use most of it, though, is the thing. Hansia, listen. I just came back from the Foundations, and let me tell you, we're lucky that Metropolis is still standing. Everything has gone mad down there. At this point, I'm not even sure the blood could fix it. If you're planning to go anyway, at least take this. It's not much, but it might save your frame one day. Ooh, more items. What did we just get? Old core. I was just saying that I needed more old cores before I could actually use any of my money on anything. Elevator obstructed. Okay, so we can't use that elevator, but we can go down another level on, or another floor on the right elevator. Can I get on top of this elevator somehow? Because there was an item over there. Oh, that's kind of in the ceiling between the ceiling one room floor and the other room. It's kind of tucked between the two rooms. Somewhere. I'll talk to them here once I've checked the left pathway. Because the left pathway seems... Actually, both pathways seem important. Okay, I mean, that would be why the elevator's obstructed. There's a little bit of snow in the way. Okay, this is an actual enemy over here. Okay, we're like going through the ventilation ducts of the area, I think. Okay, I'm gonna actually check the right path before I go to the left path, because this seems like a long pathway, and I'm not sure if the right pathway is as long or not. And I have a thing where I like to check every pathway before I continue down the correct one. Which is challenging when I can't tell what the correct pathway actually is. Ellison? This is a pretty room, don't you think? The travelers put all these candles here because of the tragedy of the last voice. I don't know what happened exactly, but the units who were around say the travelers were never the same again after that. Here, I have a spare candle if you want. You can light it for a friend, too. You know, when their last tremor comes. I think we're collecting candles for... Yeah, we're collecting candles for... There was a room off to the side. Requires Lura's seal. Okay, so right was definitely not the pathway forward. Yeah, we're collecting candles for... What was it? The voice, maybe? It was something up, kind of like... up right of where we started the stream. Kind of... something over... here-ish? Here's where it was. Like, I know it's somewhere. Just not entirely sure where. Yeah, this looks like we're going up. Okay, I want to take out the enemies in the area. Because they are slightly in my way. Yeah, the enemies are slightly in my way. And they're not terribly strong. Are we going to disable the wind? Is that kind of what we're doing here? I'm not able to do anything because I'm kind of just stuck in the wind. Kind of just stuck in the wind when... and kind of just went along for a ride right there. I'm being completely honest. Okay, that's going to be an old core down below. If I can get there. Because I want to... Okay, that's a little bit terrifying. Those things have... I'm going to call that 6 health. We're getting a lot of free Nakra coming through this area, which is slightly concerning to me. I don't want to go down yet. I want to... I think we might be too far down, though, in order to actually get the old core I saw. Oh, there is another crystallizer up there, but I can't get up there. This makes me feel like we're either going to get a new movement ability or something to turn the wind off. Potentially, because I can't get up to that platform either. We are dropping down here. Foundations. That's an entirely new area. Because the old core, I think, is left through that upper tunnel. And we have Nakra down here. Trying to be at least sort of complete with my investigation of the layout of the area. I want whatever that is over to the right. I think that's just a junk pile, though. And that is a little bit of money. Can I get down through this? I don't know if I can. Okay, maybe this is as far as we can go in this direction for now. Oh, I can make it down through that. It just doesn't make it easy to make it down through there. Yeah, because it really didn't want me to do that, I don't think. But it didn't outright stop me. It didn't outright stop me from going through there. Okay, there we go. Is there a Nocra pool around here somewhere? My health is... It's not at 0 yet, but it's also certainly not at full. Okay, yeah, we're certainly not at full health, and that is concerning. Yeah, not being at full health is concerning. So I can take out the enemies. I just am slowly taking bits of damage as I go. That doesn't look... That looks like I'm missing a movement ability to climb up the background. That is the elevator, though. Yeah, that is the elevator. I'm just gonna knock him down there. Oh, can I get up from this side? Maybe a little bit. Okay. That is a shortcut. I'm not sure if it's a useful shortcut, but that is a shortcut. Down to this area when I inevitably run out of health. Yeah, when I inevitably run out of health, because I'm now at only 1 health. I really want a knocker pool so I can restore my health here. But the game seems to not be particularly prone to getting it. Oh. Sin. Hey, pal, think you can help me out? Well, I was on my way to Mel's workshop when I got caught in these icicles. A few hits should do the trick. Please? I don't want to become a cold case. Is he making a cold case joke because he's stuck in the ice? I think that's what's going on there. Way to go, pal. You really know how to break the ice. Gotta go now. See you in Mel's workshop. Gotta love the ice jokes there. That is more items I can unlock, though. I don't think that's entirely terrible. I am still at, like, 0 health, though, which is concerning. I really do not like being stuck at basically 0 health. I can't make it over that gap. I definitely cannot make it over that gap. Am I just... I can't tell if I'm in the area the game's expecting me to be in, or if I'm in, like, a completely different part of the game. Because I'm really having a hard time telling what's where. So this is a shortcut. I'm not going down there again. I've learned my lesson. I have not learned my lesson. Oh, I can call the elevator. Oh, can I get on top of the elevator that way somehow? No, I'm not sure that would actually help me at all. Because there is a knocker basin just over here. Yeah, there is a knocker basin just over this way, which means I can restore my health. And this does make me a little bit less nervous if I'm not at actually 0 health, or just continuing to explore the area. And then I can also crystallize my knocker droplets so that I don't lose them when I inevitably run out of health. See, this is a fairly useful little circle of areas right here between the knocker basin and the crystallizer. Foundation's access was on floor -1. Yeah, I do like the both heal fountain, or knocker fountain for healing, and then this pathway. I wonder if the elevator goes down even further. A lot of these elevators are like 3-ish floors. I wonder if I can get out of this area a different way so that the elevator's down and I can fall down, because I saw a tunnel off to the right. Yeah, I definitely cannot make it over that gap right now. And I'm having a hard time telling if I'm just missing something in this area or if there's an entire separate area with another... I mean, I know there's another area I can eventually visit. Okay, can I get up here? Does this actually help me at all? I'm not sure this actually helps me at all. Yeah, what did getting up here get me? A wall I can't go past? I think I just got a wall I can't go past from going up that direction. Because there's so many things in like the background that I can't quite figure out how to interact with. And this is, to be fair, this is a Metroidvania, from what I can tell, so we're going to eventually hit points where it's just like, yep, I don't have enough movement to keep going. Because I do at least know of a direction I can go, it's just in a different area. I think this area is fairly fully explored at this point, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing any obvious way to keep exploring foundations without being able to either deal with the wind. That's also blocking a fast travel point off to the left. Or having more vertical movement, which is blocking us actually several different directions. That is interesting. That is kind of interesting to me. I'm not entirely sure what my long-term goal is. But, well, that doesn't stop me from just continuing to explore until eventually we'll figure out what's going on here, or we'll just pick up all the items and beat the game very, very confused still. And honestly, either of those is probably... Both of those seem equally likely at this point, though. Just knowing game design, probably going to eventually figure out where we trying to go. There's definitely things up above me on the like upper platforms that I also can't get to. There's so much stuff just tucked around the game that is completely inaccessible to us at the current moment. We did also, in addition to unlocking, we're getting the key to the aviary area. We're getting the key to the bell tower in the aviary area. We did also unlock... We did unlock the fast travel point. And we got a key. Yet the blood rejected you, as I feared. I could almost feel the gust of wind from here. Okay, so the wind is coming from the blood. Which, I'm pretty sure if I keep saying that too many times, YouTube's gonna banish me to the Shadow Realm. Another scrappling found its way here. I take it that you're no stranger to that, or to this, so thank you. Don't know where this little slacker was burrowed, but at least it didn't come back empty-handed. I've added its findings to my wares. Well, one thing's for sure, slack time's over. Yeah, these are expensive. Mod Portable Crystallizer. Converts some Nacre drops dropped by enemies into crystallized Nacre. That might be useful. Pain conversion. Energy recharges when taking damage. Also interesting. I do... And then defragmentation. Generates an energy shard after getting hit by enemies. Energy recharges quicker. I don't know what the energy is. It might be what the hairpin needs. But I'm also short a lot of... Yeah, I'm also short a lot of old cores to be able to purchase things. Which is... actually, it's not that bad. Bell tower is, I believe, this doorway. Oh yeah, because some of these also needed more vertical movement to get to. So I think I take this elevator up and then run to the right. That feels like it's probably the best pathway to the next area. This entire game is definitely a giant, like, puzzle box of a game right now. As we slowly untangle whatever's actually going on here. Need to make sure I do not stand in the way of the elevator when I call the elevator, because these elevators have zero qualms about just squishing me. But from what I've learned so far. And I do not appreciate getting squished by the elevator. I do need to make sure I also don't jump into weird areas. Jump into just weird things. Oh, I think I did need to go up and around, didn't I? What is that? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what anything in this game is. Which I suppose is fair enough. I mean, actually, I know that we're robots. I have figured out that we're robots. That counts as having figured something out. I do get free... Yeah, the free heals are super helpful. Okay, you wouldn't happen to have found my Bell Tower Visitor Pass, would you? No, I can see that you're an honest unit. If you had found it, you would have given it back. We definitely found it over in Metropolis. Oh, is that a bell tower? Or is it a bell tower pass that you have? How lucky. Sancho still hasn't found his. I mean, I have a sneaking suspicion this is probably Sancho's bell tower pass that we are temporarily borrowing. Bell tower overseer missing. Okay, so we are still missing some number. Oh, jeez, that's not where the one flew off to randomly. Locked from the other side. We are at the bottom, but we can also go up to Pendulum's Panorama. That's not too far up. Okay, I can make it up here. I think Mechanical Remains equals Old Core. Normally Mechanical Remains gives me an Old Core, which does... Yep, an Old Core, which does give me the ability to get some sort of additional upgrade. Probably. We have 3 of the coding containers. I kind of want to maybe go back to Mel at some point and unlock or get an extra level of coding protection, because I can purchase one for two crystals at least. At least I think so. Oh, okay. I see the pathway there. I need to jump. I didn't see the green thing over to the right here. There we go. Yeah, I didn't see the green one over to the right, so we can jump over there. I'm wondering if I can't make it up there. Actually, I can make it up from this side. That looks like a platforming challenge. Okay, I want to make it up top. I don't know if the game wants me to make it up top, though, is the fun part. Because, yeah, the game... I think the game does not want me going up there quite yet. It really does feel like we're currently limited, very limited in where we can go based off movement ? Which means that we're probably missing something useful. What's this? Wildcat. It's another modifier. I don't need another modifier. I need to figure out where the next movement unlock is. Or the next mechanic that the game is trying to teach me. Oh, that explains it. There's green things under a lot of these platforms. I get lost very easily in games. Okay, that is an enemy type. That is a new enemy type, even. I think that's the entire sentence I was trying to say. That's a new type of enemy. They are slightly terrifying. I can go up through these platforms, and all the platforms seem at the moment to have a green thing under them for me to launch up. There is an aqua basin up here. It does equal more healing. Hey, Super Mario, welcome back. Or welcome to the stream. Uh-oh. I did not expect to get locked into a room with enemies right here. I was about to say, did not expect to get locked into a room with a boss here, but this isn't really a boss so much as it's just a lot of flying enemies in a room. It's just a lot of flying enemies in a room. Okay, 1, 2... Oh, the other ghost enemies seem to eventually just deal with themselves. Is that what I'm figuring out here? Yeah, I think the other enemies, the like ghost flying enemies, seem to eventually just run out of whatever energy their power source is. Maybe. Oh, back to the channel, I mean. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Welcome to the stream. We are currently at 0 health. That is definitely an enemy up there. That was a lot of knocker droplets I just lost. That is mildly unfortunate. Mildly unfortunate. So bad news you come with? Uh-oh. Bad news is never good. I suppose that's self-explanatory given it's called bad news. I suppose it's self-explanatory that bad news is not good. I'm not sure why I needed to say that. Oh, there are a lot of enemies over here. I've seen that made this game got shut down a few days ago. I did see that. Or rather, their studio... Yeah, their studio got sold off and then shut down, I think is what happened. Though, I don't know, that happens a surprising amount in the game industry, from what I can tell. It's not entirely uncommon. Though it is always a little sad when it happens. Yeah, making games is not always a super profitable endeavor. I need to be a little more careful here. They bought their own studio back and then shut themselves down on their own terms. Well, at least they shut down on terms that they liked, if that is the case. Oh gosh, there are a lot of enemies here. Yeah, I think I did see that news somewhere, though. I don't entirely remember where. Okay, these enemies are problematic. Yeah, the enemies in this little arena here are slightly problematic because... I think it's because they're flying enemies, and I'm just bad at fighting flying enemies in most games, and this one doesn't seem to be much of an exception. We're already on the floor. I didn't tell it to go up, but it went up. I think the game knew what I was trying to do anyways. But yeah. Sucks because this game is amazing, and these are the kinds of games we need to be successful. Yeah. I do think that the game, from what I heard in the press release, did undersell expectations, and games are really, really expensive to make. Yeah, games are a really, really expensive thing to make. But we do need more... We do need more games like this. That is absolutely true. There's just... It's just hard to get more good games, because especially AAA companies focus a lot more on just making a quick dollar than a good game. But also, they are luckily not the only studio I know of that's still actually trying to make halfway decent games. Oh gosh. I am taking way... I'm guessing that this is the last... Or that this third phase of the arena is the end of the arena? Okay. Does not mean it's not still slightly terrifying. Oh, is this the same elevator? This is the same elevator, so that's another shortcut. Yeah. More games like this, 9 Souls. I haven't played Meat of the Hollower yet. I did actually buy it yesterday. Yeah, outside of Capcom, you can't think of any AAA games still trying to make good games over money. Some of them try occasionally, but also they're driven by money. A lot of them are still driven by money, even if they're trying to make good games, which does hurt. But there are a lot of good games that come out, but also a lot of the teams that make good games, I've found, are not the best at marketing their game. So their game kind of stays invisible. Oh, there's another knocker pool up here. There's not even any enemies between them. That implies that this is probably a platforming challenge of some sort over here. Because yeah, more healing seems to imply platform challenges. This is also apparently a weird spot for me to finish jumping. I don't think I was intended to be considered on solid ground over there, but I was. That was actually fairly straightforward. I thought that would be a lot more difficult. Yeah, to be clear, wanting to make money isn't inherently evil, but most AAA games were coming to Voidwalker from trying to make all the money. Yeah, a letter from Tomo, a thoughtfully woven text file, just to one unit in particular. Yeah, it's not a bad thing to want to try to make money. I mean, that's how we get games in the first place. Is a lot of times people want to make money off their game so they can make more games. But yeah, I do get what you're saying. Do you remember Samsk? It's you who told me that the bell tower was even older than the vessel. It is one of the rare relics that the travelers took with them from when they embarked to remind them of their homeworld. You wouldn't stop gushing about the craftsmanship and the attention to details that they poured into their work. Today, as I stand in its shadow, I can only agree. The travelers were more than just engineers. They knew how to build sturdy and durable structures. Yes, they had to. They wished to cross the stars. But they also knew how to make it beautiful and welcoming. We're in a spaceship. I think we're on a spaceship. And it permeates through all their creations. I just have to look at the vessel herself to realize that. I came here to uncover some deep secrets about the traveler's crafting, hoping to find more hints about our inner working. Instead, what I learned is that we were cared for, deeply and unconditionally. I miss them. Tomo. That's why we bought Silk Song, Mina, 9 Souls, and whatever else other cool indie games come out day one. Oh yeah, that is entirely fair. I try to buy a lot of cool indie games. I'm going to run out of health trying to get across this gap. Yeah, because they're all only in like the $20, $30 range. They're going to be worth it. And it does help the developers a lot. Tomo's not here. That was a long shot, but a bummer anyways. We used to come here a lot after the traveler's disappearance. We talked about anything and everything. Mostly, we tried to remember that we were not alone, that the vessel kept going forward. Now I can't help but wonder, for how long? Because yeah, buying like a $20 or $30 game, knowing it's going to be a good game, even if you're not going to get around to playing it for a little while, like it took me, I bought Memories in Orbit close to release time. I did buy Memories in Orbit close to release time. What button does it think is glide? Okay, there it goes. Like, what button does it think B is? I like this feeling of being on top of the world. Yeah, it is always nice to see or to support the developers, and I know I'm going to eventually get around to playing them. Above the suns themselves. A Deltarune 2 back when they dropped the full game with chapters 3 and 4. That is fair. haven't played Deltarune yet. Granted, I also had never played Undertale. Oh, I need to restore my energy first. The gliding does take energy. Gotcha. I'm not sure how I didn't notice that before. I'm not sure I didn't notice it before. They were so pretty. Okay, these little upgrade areas are getting a little challenging at times because we're also not quite at the expected direction. Glad I can still see them. But yeah, there are it's always good to support indie devs. I mean, I did buy a rather large pile of indie games yesterday with the Steam Summer Sale. Yeah, between the Steam Summer Sale and going on, I bought like a pretty appreciable pile of indie games yesterday. Which is always fun because I do always like supporting developers who actually care about the games that they're making instead of just how to make as much money as possible. I'm not gonna make it out of here alive, I don't think. Yeah, the going back, I know how it wants me to go back down this area, but I keep just clipping the grass because I'm not used to the glide angle yet, I think. And that's me running out of health. I should have just... Oh, it's actually forcing me to go down through this room. Gotcha. That's a little bit... It's a little bit terrifying. I do suppose it wants to make sure I actually understand the mechanics. Something I've noticed that this game does a lot is it kind of throws you into a challenge that you can't actually get out of without working out how the mechanic actually works. Because it did that with things giving me extra jumps on attack also. Which is a cool system. It is just slightly problematic when I'm definitely skill issuing myself here. Can I make it over there? I can. Unknown object. A coding component. That's an entire extra health upgrade. I like that. Yeah, gotta support the indie games that are actually doing unique things and trying to push gaming further forwards. Because they all need the support. The indie games really do just always need the extra little bits of support that you can get from people. Be that buying the game, playing the game, telling people about the game, any of it. Okay, this isn't too terrible of a platforming challenge now that we have Glide. We definitely needed Glide to come this way, though. So, I was kind of wondering if I was missing something this direction. I definitely floated down too far there. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because indie games really do... They're a lot of fun. They are a lot of fun. I am probably going to play Mia the Hollower on stream at some unspecified point in the future. There's a lot of games I want to play on stream at some unspecified point in the future, and I just need to get to the point where I can actually specify those points in the future, because, granted, I have a backlog of, like, 3,000 games to play, so... Not running out of games anytime soon. And if it isn't obvious, I do significantly enjoy indie games, especially in the, like, Metroidvania and Souls-like categories, much more than, like, live service games or, like, obvious cash grab games. Psst. I have something you want, and you have something I want. Sounds mysterious, eh? I heard travelers say this once. I've always wanted to try to do the same since then. What am I gonna get? Buy mysterious item. 10,000 10,000? I have a feeling that I would get scammed if I try to buy that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but that feels like... It definitely feels like I'd be getting scammed out of, like, all my Nakra at that point. Because I have, what, like, not even 2,000, and I haven't bought anything in quite a while, actually. Oh, I can glide and then jump. That's useful to know. Okay, one enemy at a time, one room at a time. Unknown object. What's this? Another coding component. We're picking up a decent number of the coding components as we go here, which is helping, I think, because, I mean, it's helping solely for the fact that we're getting more health at this point. Yeah, did not mean to scare the poor little robot as I jumped down. Who is she? Are you here to see the breath? Apparently we're getting towards one. I love you more. No, I love you more. What is with them? What a view. The breath seems to be mildly interesting. Janus Librarian. There's a lot of librarians. I also can't jump up further. Torn Overseer, Roots Bell Tower. That works. I can say it's one of those mods that costs 20 slots and will give you way more damage at full HP. I mean, I like keeping my health full. I'm just slightly bad at keeping my health full, which is mildly problematic at times. How do I get up there? I keep seeing items that are just barely out of reach. I think I'm gonna go fill out the map there. Is it worth 10,000 to me, though? Eventually? I think it's called... I think that's going to go into the eventually bucket. Because at some point I'm probably going to 100% the game, which means I'm going to need to buy it. But also, that means... Yeah, that's going to get expensive. Okay, so I'm going to add the marker for... There's shiny thing up here that I can't get. Because it feels like I'm missing a movement upgrade of some sort that gives me more vertical. Oh yeah, to see item out of reach. How do I get this? Welcome to the world of Metroidvania. Feels like I'm missing probably a movement upgrade of some variety here. I still want the item. I've played a lot of Metroidvania, so it's not something I'm unfamiliar with, but still. By decree of the breath, the greenhouse is shut. Entry is forbidden to all. I can make no exception, not even for a keeper. The breath has an important duty. It is not to be disturbed. Sorry, but you have to wait outside. I need to get in there. I'm running out of places I realize, or that I know I can make it to. Because the breath is... We've hit that dead end now. I can't make it up there. I can't make it up there yet. Is that a doorway up top, or is that just a weird bit of gap in the glass? That's just a weird looking bit of gap in the glass. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where I need to go. I'm missing a doorway off to the left here. I'm missing a pathway there. I'm probably missing stuff in Metropolis or Foundations now that I have Glide. If I had to guess. Yeah, if I had to guess, I'm missing something over in that area. Don't get squished by the elevator. I've done that. I've done that before. But yeah, if the door is blocked, there must be only one other way. I mean... The doors are made out of glass, but I'm also apparently made out of not the strongest materials, or not the strongest fighter ever. That can't break the glass. I suspect the breath would not appreciate me showing up and breaking their entire everything. Because this is another pathway, at least. I just don't know if this is a pathway to something useful or not. Because, yeah, just gotta go to the other side. Yeah, just gotta casually walk across the door. Oh, hi there. I used to monitor the oxygen output. I'm kind of mistending to the crops. You think you were slacking, eh? You should see the breath then. A single command issued in 732 years. That's a while. Not that the last one made any sense either. Let me print it out for you. Everything has gone wrong. Trusting them was a mistake. I'm done doing anything for them. At this point, you can say that slacking is a divine commandment. I suppose that's one way to read it. It's also not a pathway that actually gave me anything useful. I see a couple of just, like, items tucked into weird corners that I keep, like, seeing show up through the wall. Because I'm wondering if it's this one down here by... I think this is the voice. Or if it's something in Foundations. Oh, we can make it through Foundations now, can't we? Because we have Glide. We have Glide, and I think that probably lets me get across that gap. Yeah, if you wanted to enter from the other side of the room, what would I do? Go to the other side of the door? Or find the other side of the room and then go in that way? Most rooms have 2 doorways. Yeah, most rooms have 2 doorways and not 1 doorway. I do think I can get through an area in Foundations now that I have Glide. Though, I keep kind of bouncing back and forth between Metropolis and this way. Yeah, the map marks where I haven't gone yet. I have kind of noticed that at least a little bit. Because I can see at least exits that it has marked that I haven't been through yet, and doorways I haven't opened. I have not noticed all the markers yet. Oh, I could also probably go this way, couldn't I? That would probably also... I might be able to make it across that gap with Glide also. I think I'm more interested in going up this way to start, though. Because I know that there was stuff in Foundations that I haven't gotten yet. And there's also a lot of stuff in this area that I haven't quite gotten through yet. How much knocker do I have? 86? Is 86 worth enough for me to run back over to the crystallizer? Probably not. Probably not. There really is just like a giant puzzle of different pathways I can take through the game. And I'm still just trying to work out exactly which ones go where. I mean, we are making progress in that we are getting movement upgrades still. And those do seem to help. Okay, that enemy type is a little terrifying. Actually, all these enemy types are a little terrifying. Just because they have a decent chunk of health. I bet you I can make it over here now. Yeah. Yeah, I can. Not that that helps me. Okay, that was apparently not where I'm intended to go, because I don't think I can make it through... I don't think I can make it through there yet. But I did remember this gap as being one that was in the way. Yeah, I don't see any way to get down. I don't see anything I can, like, hairpin off of to get through there. It's mildly unfortunate. Just mildly, though. Because we didn't go that far away. There really are just a lot of different pathways. I can go left, I can go right, I can go up and down, presumably, at least a little bit. That's all 4 directions of a 2-dimensional game. That should be fairly obvious that I could go all the different directions I can go. Because yeah, that is... So there's definitely more down there that I can't quite get to. I can't make it there. that I get blown away by wind. What's that tunnel over here to the left? I'm kind of curious now what that tunnel over here to the left is. Because that's definitely something new. I'm going to take out these... I'm going to take out these enemies first. Because I'm going to go quickly refill my Nacra coating, or my protective coating up here. Yeah, slowly untangling the giant puzzle box that is this game's world. Probably a little bit more slowly than I would have liked to, but... Well, I mean... The game is not making it boring, that's for sure. Okay, might as well crystallize the Nacra while I'm here. Still don't know what I'm going to spend it on. I still don't know what I'm spending that Nacra on. See, I don't know if I can actually make it up there. I don't know if I can actually make it up there, because that's not a super traversable looking pathway. It's not a super traversable looking pathway. At least with my current levels of movement abilities, I don't think I have a way to get up there. Yet. Can always figure out how to get up there later. And probably will just get some upgrade that's going to open up a lot of these pathways that I'm noticing that I just can't quite make it up yet. I'm gonna check this to see if there's any traversable directions over there that I missed. Okay, these enemies are not terrible. These enemies aren't too terrible. Okay, I can't quite make it all the way up there, up top, I don't think. Oh, the purple things don't recharge my hairpin, do they? They recharge my energy. I don't know why I just had that thought all of a sudden. But I did. Okay, I can't make it through here because of the wind. I don't know how to deal with the wind. I don't know how to deal with the frost things. I definitely cannot drop down through this room yet. I definitely can't drop through this room or go up through this side. I wonder if I can... Now, this is another bridge. Oh, the gray stuff are platforms I can't cross, I bet. Yeah, that seems like a possibly reasonable read on things. Is that those are platforms I just can't cross quite yet. I don't think there's anything there that I can really grab. I think I need to be able to climb up the inside of the tower maybe at some point. Because I'm guessing there's going to be a wall cling ability that I can use there. There was a doorway to the left up here. It's only marked as white on the map. Locked from the other side. But I can't get through the other side. So maybe it is the glide point down here. Maybe I can glide across this. That's my new best theory. New best theory on where to go next. Because there are certainly a lot of directions, but none of them seem to be particularly traversable right now. And none of them seem to be particularly traversable yet. Which means I'm definitely missing ability upgrades. I just have to figure out what I unlocked with Glide. And I'm suspecting it is going to be across the gloom goop lake to the right. That would also put me behind the door that we Yeah, that would also put me behind the locked door towards the breath. I think this area was the breath, and then Metropolis was the blood. So being able to sneak past to get to the door from the other side could work. Because if they've had their pathway locked off for like over 700 years, probably not just going to be able to convince them, hey, you should unlock your door. You probably are going to have to do something a little bit more involved there. But like breaking and entering. That would probably count as something that would be slightly more involved. Just enter their room from the other side. Yeah, back so soon? Can't say I blame you. I'm going to try to cross the Gloom Lake. Because this pathway seems at least like it might be possible. Alice, I hope you're alright. That was called me not actually hitting the glide button. 1, 2, glide. Okay, we can make it over here. Okay, this is definitely a way forward. Is it the correct way forward? Honestly, no clue. I am not sure what these plants are, but I want to see how much health they have. The answer to how much health they have is apparently just yes. Yeah, how much health does this plant thing have? Am I even dealing damage to it? I'm legitimately not sure I'm even dealing damage to the plant thing. Because I can't see... I can't see enemy health. I can't see enemy health, but I suspect that, given that this thing either has as much health as a boss fight, or I'm just not actually hurting it at all. I'm gonna go with probably just not hurting it at all. Oh. The access reserved to Dr. Holland's assistant. Stop locking doors. Yeah. Everything in this game just wants to lock the doors behind. Right in my face. Right in my face there. You get a decent number of Knocker here. Promenade entrance. Overseer missing. I still don't know where the one random Overseer flew off to from Metropolis. Promenade. This is a new area. That's mildly concerning. Okay, can I defeat these enemies even? Okay, I can. They just have a lot of health. Yeah, okay, those enemies just have a lot of health in... It's mildly concerning for my long-term survival rate. I'm going to explore as far to the right as I can before I go significantly up or down. So that I at least get a sense of how large the area is. I guess we're going to Redacted. I'm not sure what this... That name seems mildly concerning. Yeah. That name seems concerning. I don't think I like that name, but it gives me more ability to go right. This game has a much larger map than than I was expecting. For some reason, I was picturing the game's map as like half the size that I've found so far. Fragmented serial number. On its own is pretty useless. Find us. Who are you and how do I find it? I'm guessing I can do something with these grates in the background at some point in the future. Because I've seen those in a couple of areas. And they seem almost like they're in spots where I might be able to climb up. Access reserved. I want through, though. But it doesn't want me to go through. Interesting. That area is certainly a little bit creepy. Yeah, the redacted area down there is certainly a little bit on the creepy side. It has like a very ominous red glow to it, which I'm not sure I particularly like. Ooh, there's a window. Can I make it through the window? No, but there is definitely a window up there. Just appears to be a slightly more solid platform. Can I go up here? I can make it up here at least a little bit. Okay, we can make it up this way. Okay, I'm gonna try going to the side. Okay, I really need to do a better job of just... Yeah, I really need to do a better job of guarding that. What is this? It's like it's an item stuck in some sort of jelly? It's an item stuck in some sort of jelly. This whole area is creeping me out. It is a junk pile. I don't think I can actually defeat the plants unless they're attached to a machine as well. That's at least what I'm thinking at the moment, is that I can't defeat those plants unless they are attached to a machine, and those ones definitely are not. Okay, how do I get up there? Okay, not by jumping into the plant that wants to eat me. I need to go this side, gotcha. I need to loop around. I am at basically 0 health. And I am still running into new enemies over here. And now we're actually out of health. We are making... That was a lot of knocker droplets that I just lost there. We are making progress. There's something down here. There is something down here as well. I should probably stop getting distracted by side pathways. Oh, that feels like a... That feels like a boss fight. Lombre Intrusive Fertilizer. That is mildly freaky. Yeah, that's a mildly freaky enemy. And the fact that it's just called fertilizer is slightly concerning to me. Is it going to do anything other than just go side to side? Okay, it will occasionally get itself stuck in the ceiling. Okay, it also sometimes jumps out of the walls up higher. Okay, seems to be fairly predictable figuring out exactly where it's going to go. So I'm not sure what I think of this enemy. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to... I'm not sure if there's going to be a more difficult phase... Like phase 2 at some point. That's what I'm suspecting is probably going to happen. Okay, when it does the horizontal, it seems to get stuck after the third one. And then this one, it mostly gets stuck after just the first round. I also don't know how much health this thing has. So it always does like up, down, side, side, side. But from what I'm seeing at least. Yeah, from what I'm seeing at least, it always has that combo. Okay, that is a phase transition. If I've ever seen one. Yeah, that's a phase transition if I've ever seen one. Oh, that makes it start dripping stuff. And that gives it new... That gives it new attacks. I need to be careful to not... I need to be careful with not taking a bunch of unnecessary damage against the boss. Because it especially seems to really like... Yeah, this one has some decent, like, AoE attacks that it can throw out at me. They're not They're not terrible. They're not terrible attacks. Yeah, nothing that this boss throws out at me seems to be super horrible. But they are... It is a little bit hard for me to predict or to tell which attack it's going to throw out next. Okay, that one I just need to move to the side. Okay, this boss is definitely doable. I don't know if it's doable this attempt because I wasn't expecting some of those phase 3 attacks. It also got way faster there. It also got way faster with the phase transition. That seems doable. That boss certainly seems doable to me. And it's hiding something behind it. Which means I don't know what it's hiding, but I want whatever it's hiding. I think I just need to be a little bit more careful once I get to phase 2 to not run myself entirely out of health against the fertilizer. The fact that I'm fighting intrusive fertilizer and it's actually and that it actually won one of the attempts is, I feel like it's mildly embarrassing. I can probably get like one hit off when it's going horizontal, at least sometimes. Yeah, I basically get a couple of hits each time. Yeah, if I'm over on the side that it's going into the wall, I can get like one hit off before I run back across to the other side. And then I can... I'm dealing a decent chunk of damage to the boss. It's just also a somewhat interesting boss fight. Okay, I can't always get extra hits off on it. Okay, I can get a full 2 set off when it's stuck in the wall if I'm in the right spot. Okay, phase 1's not... Yeah, phase 1's pretty not terrible there. And I'm guessing that's probably about half health. I did not expect it to use its tail there. I expected it to spit things out at me. Yeah, I keep not expecting it to use its tail. Was it doing that every time? Okay, I can definitely get 2 hits off on it. Though not having a dash ability makes this a little bit tricky for that phase transition. Yeah, that phase transition is a little bit tricky if I don't have a... Since I don't have a dash ability, it's a little tricky. Okay, is it going to... Okay, so it always does use its tail. I just had not read that attack pattern entirely as needed. Which means I took a bunch of damage from something I should have been able to dodge. Which means I'm now at 1 health in a boss fight that I probably don't want to be at 1 health in. The fact that I'm losing to a blob of fertilizer. Yeah, the fact that I'm like legitimately losing to a blob of fertilizer in this boss fight is kind of funny. I do always let me know if the if YouTube decides to destroy the brightness of the game and nothing's actually visible. Because YouTube, I know, loves to do that sometimes, of just be like, oh yeah, you don't actually need to see anything in a dark area. You just need to be able to have some vibes or whatever. Okay, 1, 2, and it's going to come back across. 3. Yeah, the timing there is fairly predictable. But I can hit it kind of... I think I'm hitting it through the wall. I should have attacked it right there. Yeah, phase 1 is still pretty easy to deal with, from what I can tell. I do wish I had a slightly better damage output. I do wish I had a slightly better damage output, but I'm not sure how I'd even get that upgrade at this point, or where it would be. But I want whatever that item that I see off to the left side of the boss arena is, because that feels like something useful. Okay, he's gonna show up in the background, and then I can dodge that actually fairly easily. Okay, I want to be on the larger side of the ceiling goop drips. Unless they follow me, it'd be far enough away that I can dodge. If I'm far enough away that I can dodge, I can dodge at that point. Okay, he really does love to just get stuck in the wall. Yeah, being a little bit closer to the middle of the screen also seems to generally be helpful. Okay, so that's gonna do some goop drips there. It's gonna do some goop drips there. Okay, I think I'm figuring out the boss attack patterns somewhat, though I need to be a little bit more. I need to be a little bit more willing to use my dodge, or to use my dodge ability to avoid taking damage if I'm just barely gonna get clipped by something. Yeah, if I'm just gonna barely get clipped by something, I should really be using my dodge abilities more than I am. Okay, oh, it also has the drill head, which is a little bit creepy. Okay, it's not stuck yet. Okay, now it's stuck. I'm having a hard time telling when it's actually going to get itself stuck versus when it's not going to. It seems to do both of those. Okay. Buried. Defeat the intrusive fertilizer. That was an interesting boss fight. Yeah, that was an interesting boss fight there. Torn Overseer. Roots Promenade Entrance. I mean, I think that is worth having done the boss fight. Because that does unlock fast travel to and from this area also. Which I think is helpful. Yeah, I think fast travel is helpful. How much knocker do I have? Not a ton of uncrystallized. Yeah, because I didn't pay attention to how much that boss actually gave me. I'm just going to heal real quick. Yeah, I'm going to heal real quick before we keep going through the area. Because I legitimately do not know where to go next, but I know I lost... Yeah, I know I kind of ran out of health over to the right. Apparently that elevator goes up. Yeah, apparently the elevator over here goes up eventually. Okay, I really need to not keep taking damage from this type of enemy. I'm gonna go heal again because I took 3 hits from a single enemy there, which is not great. Yeah, taking 3 hits from a single enemy is not a particularly great way for a common enemy encounter to go. Yeah, this enemy has a lot. Those enemies are faster than their first attack is a lot faster than I think it's going to be, and they don't have nearly as much wind-up as I'm expecting. I think is kind of what happened to me there. Okay, and then I need to make sure I actually hit the things that restore my energy. I also need to not fall into the angry grass here. I need to not fall into angry grass. I did this like first try last time. Why did that take me 3 tries this time? Or multiple tries this time? And then we have the goop cloud enemies. Yeah, they're not terrible. Though this is where I ran out. I think this is where I ran out of health last time around. Because these are... Okay, those things have a decent pile of health. Okay, they... Not the biggest pile of health ever, but definitely not zero. This is a new pathway that I haven't been around quite yet. I don't like how many things are just like stuck there. Oh, the plants definitely have an attack. Okay. Ah, shoot. I almost made it across that. Okay, I can definitely make it across these gaps. Thank you, game, for having a knocker basin. Yeah, each little bit of health I have is super valuable. Though now that we have 4 as the base, I'm kind of debating if I want to maybe re-equip my... I'm kind of wondering if I maybe want to unequip the ability or the attribute modifier that only gives me a extra protective coat. I'm kind of debating if I want to maybe unequip that one in exchange for something a little bit more useful, maybe. I'm not sure what that more useful thing would be either. Ooh, shortcut. Alice, reboot. Oh, this is the first one I think I can actually help. The first broken down robot I can actually turn back on. That's helpful. Thanks a lot for the reboot. Did Celia send you? It's just like her. Worrying too much about me, not about herself. Well, in that case, I suppose she was right. I came here to try and open a way to the greenhouse, but there's a huge beast guarding it. I didn't stand a chance, so I tried to run away. Seems I didn't make it very far. Oh well, at least I'm alive. That's my cue to leave. As soon as my diagnostic routine is over, I'm going back to Celia. That's not terrible. Actually, that's kind of terrible. Because that implies boss fight. I'm guessing this is a shortcut down somewhere. I'm not sure this is actually much of a shortcut, though. Because that's a bit of a shortcut from one thing that wants to do a lot of damage to me to another thing that wants to do a lot of damage to me. And things that want to do a lot of damage to me are slightly scary. Yeah, those walking plant robot hybrid things are a little bit on the terrifying side, I think. I need to be careful here. Because I'm not sure which of these are going to turn into something that's going to try to attack me versus are just going to sit there and not. Also, the plants have a lot of health. I can open the door. I don't have a lot of health, which is concerning. Unless there's a... Okay, there is a Promenade Tower checkpoint. I still... I sent an Overseer off from... Yeah, I know I sent an Overseer off from the very... Like, right when I went into Metropolis. I didn't know I needed to pay attention to what it was called. I have no idea where it went to. But it's apparently not here either. We have a knocker crystallizer. We have a spawn point, and eventually going to probably be a warp point. Yeah, probably eventually going to be a warp point there. Eventually we'll find the Overseer. Okay, how do I get across this? How do I get across this gap? Do I need to, like, bounce off the enemies? I think I need to bounce off the enemies. I suppose that works. I need to make sure I take out these creatures before they run around too much, though. This area is very quiet, and that kind of unnerving me. Okay, that's the Overseer. I think that is the Overseer for where we just were, at the Promenade Tower. I do like how the game's using its, like, 2.5D effects to let you get places. I don't think there's anything useful up there. Yeah, I'm just concerned that we're gonna run into a boss fight. Is it unexpected if I'm expecting an unexpected boss fight? Because I'm expecting an unexpected boss fight, and I think I found the unexpected boss fight. Naboo, Keeper of the Breath. So was it expected or was it unexpected if I didn't know where the boss was going to be, so that part was unexpected? Okay. This boss, at least initially, doesn't seem too terribly difficult. This boss, at least initially, isn't seeming too terribly difficult with its attacks. Though I need to make sure I stay up close by to the boss. I need to make sure I stay up close to the boss. I'm guessing this is phase 2, which means I'm guessing... Oh, that's absolutely horrifying and terrifying at the same time. Oh, that's actually kind of terrifying of a phase 2 transition right there. Yeah, that went from not spooky at all to definitely spooky. I should remember to use my... We are on the other side of the locked doorway, though. Which, I mean... That means we found the way we needed to go. Okay, I need to be careful about how I get across this gap. This one is hostile. Yeah, it's not entirely a safe boss run back either. It's not... I don't think it's terrible of a run back, though. Yeah, I don't think this boss run back is terrible, though. It's just a little bit concerning. That phase transition, though, was somewhat terrifying. But we appear to have at least made it. It do not be right where they jump into the arena. It do not be right where the boss jumps into the arena, because that hurts. But I can kind of just stand... I think I can kind of just stand under them. Yeah, I can stand under them, except then that attack kind of hits me still. They are a cool boss. They are a cool looking boss, though. Yeah, I gotta give the boss the credit for looking quite cool. Yeah, the boss looks quite cool, which is nice, I think. Okay, I want to hover, I think, as much as I want to glide as much as I can, because that lets me kind of stay in place. Yeah, hovering in place lets me stay above the goop. That was not an attack I was expecting to happen. Yeah, I was not expecting that follow-up there. I definitely need to be more careful still. Because that is mild. Yeah, some of these attacks are still a little bit on the terrifying side. Though these bosses aren't... The bosses in this game aren't the most difficult, though they do still give a pretty good challenge. Yeah, the bosses give a pretty good challenge, but they're not like, oh no, I'm going to spend the next 8 hours on this boss fight level of boss. At least from what I've seen so far. For all I know, there's a boss later on in the game that legitimately will take like 8 hours to beat, but I just haven't run into them yet. So until I run into them, I'm going to assume that they probably don't exist. And I'm going to keep working my way through this boss fight. One attempt at a time. I think I am learning... I am definitely learning the patterns. This game's bosses are very, very learnable. Like, all things considered, this game's bosses are quite learnable bosses. Which makes them makes them not terrible. Though I am still taking a rather large chunk of damage from a couple of the attacks. Yeah, it's hard for me. I'm having a hard time, I think, telling a couple of the attacks apart. Because they have similar-ish attack telegraphs. Yeah, the boss has a couple of very similar attack telegraphs. Also, this phase transition is a little bit tricky to deal with. Yeah, that phase transition is a little bit tricky to deal with. Though I can, now that I'm expecting an attack there, I can dodge it fairly easily. It turns out that if you're expecting a given attack, it's a little bit easier to deal with. I was not expecting that one, though. Yeah, I was not expecting that attack. Though I was expecting when it jumped back down for it to have the multiple pillars. So I could get out of the way of those. Okay, I need to be very careful with my platforming back to the boss. Because this boss is if I don't attack it, it doesn't attack me either. I know that plant, or that machine thing right there, will attack me if I attack it. But it seems I can just ignore it on the run back. Which might make my life a little bit easier. Because that at least makes it a little bit faster to get to and from the boss fight. Who's gonna show up and immediately run across the screen. Man, it's not that hard for me to follow them back across the screen again. Okay, that attack has kind of like an AoE effect, where it's not entirely safe under... Yeah, some of these attacks are not entirely safe to be standing directly under the boss during. Yeah, that one has a bit of a wind-up, though. I feel like I should be using my dodge attack. Yeah, I feel like I should be using my dodge attack on that one. Okay. Yeah, using my dodge attack does... Using my dodge ability, I think, does come in quite handy. Because each dodge attack I use is one fewer bit of damage I take later. Okay, I think I did that phase transition without taking damage that time. That's pretty good. I will absolutely take that. That is a new attack that I've never seen before, so I had no clue how to react to that. Yeah, it turns out if I don't even know what attack is happening, I definitely cannot react to it. I am out 0 health again. Yeah, the boss doesn't seem to be... Oh, yeah, the boss doesn't seem to be overly difficult. I just need to learn what the attacks actually are. Especially in phase 2 and then phase 1 when I want to use my... like, guard attack there. I'm gonna go re-heal because I really do need the full health for the boss fight. So running out of health, taking damage on the way to the boss is not exactly what I'd consider ideal. Yeah, losing health, taking damage on the way to the boss is not exactly what I'd consider the ideal situation. Because I have a feeling it's going to be a close boss, regardless of if I want it to be one or not. Just because I feel like I'm gonna keep goofing things up a little bit, and I only have I can only make a couple of mistakes at a time before I fully just run out of health. Because yeah, Naboo here is not a trivial boss fight. Granted, I'm pretty sure I did find memories in orbit initially by searching for difficult plus Metroidvania on Steam. And then just thinking that the game looks really cool. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button for my... I keep hitting the wrong dodge button, which is not terribly helpful. That attack is delayed a lot more than I think it is on when it's going to actually deal damage. Yeah, so some of these attacks have a lot more delay than I think they do. That is the phase transition, though. I'm going to... Yeah, I want to use my hover as much as I can, so I don't take damage during the phase transition itself. Because taking damage during the phase transition itself is not great. Oh, I can get a couple of hits off there. Yeah, I can get a couple of hits off there. Okay, running to the side is also apparently a valid strategy on that particular attack. This is a little bit of a terrifying attack to dodge. I am not sure how I pulled that dodge off. Yeah, I like how I keep pulling off dodges and stuff that I can't... Oh, is it going to... Oh, it's going to do... Oh, it does that attack again. I was kind of expecting it more to do the phase transition attack again, which is... This is a somewhat terrifying attack for me because it's really hard for me to... It's really hard for me to dodge that attack, is what I'm noticing. Because I can hover, but it throws so much stuff onto the screen I have to be paying attention to that it kind of throws me for a little bit of a loop. Though, if I take less damage... I know I can get through that phase without taking damage. I just need to be slightly more careful about it. Yeah, I just need to be slightly more careful about it. I keep debating if I'm going to want to fight that enemy or not. Because I can defeat them fairly safely. But I also just lose the Nakra to the pond. But also, I know that I need to do some amount of losing knocker to the pond. That the game's made that much very clear at this point. One little bit of progress at a time, though. Yeah, I need to make sure my dodge, I actually use my dodge when I'm expecting to. The fact that that attack can hit me multiple times is also somewhat problematic, and then I'm just bad at dodging that attack. So we're already back down to 2 health, which is 1 health, which is not great. 0 health. This attempt is going a little bit not as great as the previous attempt was. Yes, some of the attempts go very well. Some of them don't. I am kind of debating if I might want. I'm not sure if any of my other abilities I have unlocked would really help me here, though. In place of, I'm not sure if any of my other abilities would really help me in place of having the extra little bit of health right there. Because having 1 extra health is quite useful against the boss. I do really like this boss's design. It's like I'm not sure if it's more based off of like a deer or an elk or what type of animal it's based off of. From that, I mean, it's something from that family of animals, at least. I'm just not sure which type of animal it is. Okay, that was... Yeah, this boss, I also keep hitting the glide button instead of the dodge button. Which does not... Hitting glide instead of dodge does not work. Okay, when it does that attack and keeps its head stuck in the ground is when it's going to attack with the pillars from the ground. Okay, I still... The hitboxes on this attack, on some of this boss's attacks feel a little bit weird to me at times. Yeah, so some of this boss's attack hitboxes feel that they're not like super terrible. But a couple of the hitboxes, especially on like the one that can hit me while I'm under the boss, sometimes I get hit by it, sometimes I don't, and I'm not sure why. Because both times I'm standing in what I think is about the same spot under the boss. Yeah, both times I'm standing in what I think is about the same spot under the boss. I don't want to go into the boss with less than full health, is the thing. And there's not a just quick return to... Yeah, there's not just a quick return button. So, like, quick return to last respawn point. Or lose all knocker, return to respawn point. I like games that have a button like that that's, like, basically the equivalent of running out of health. Just quickly send you back to a respawn point for whatever reason you need to be at one. It also is a very good soft lock preventer when games have that sort of mechanic. But this game doesn't appear to have one of those. At least so far as I've seen. Okay, what I think my strategy for the boss needs to be to... I need to not take a bunch of damage from what are, realistically speaking, not actually difficult to avoid attacks. It is really what I just need to make sure I'm doing. I really just need to be just a little bit more cautious. Okay, that is going to... Yeah, his head is stuck in the ground. a lot of those. Okay, I should dodge and not try to jump over that attack. Yeah, trying to jump over his charge attack does not work out in my favor from what I can tell. Basically ever. And then that attack, I don't know how to tell if it's going to hit me or not. It's like very, very inconsistent on whether or not it's going to do that sort of thing. Okay, I did a decent chunk of damage there. I'm having a hard time getting through phase 1 with less than... Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting through phase 1 with less than 3 damage taken. So less than half health. Which is problematic. Yeah, it's problematic because some of the hitboxes for this boss really do not make sense to me. Or I guess some of the hurt boxes for this boss's attacks. How did that hit me? Yeah, because some of the hurt boxes for the attacks on this boss feel like they're just in weird places that are not what I'm expecting, and not that something I can really read. And then how do I tell if it's going to do how do I tell if it's going to rain goop on me or jump back in? Because both of those stands in the background, and I don't have that much. I don't have a ton of ability to move quickly horizontally. I don't have a ton of ability to move quickly horizontally. Because about what I have is the hairpin, but that requires an enemy to be there. Yeah, it requires an enemy in order for me to be able to move horizontally, like with the hairpin. Granted, there is a boss to the side, but that doesn't help if the boss is in the background and is jumping in. I'm just trying to talk and think through my strategies for the boss here. Because they're not... Like, it doesn't feel like it should be this difficult of a boss fight. And then also I just need to stop hitting glide instead of dodge. Like the dodge button's easier to hit from attack than the glide button is, so I'm not sure I keep defaulting to glide. Though I suppose it's jump and glide are easier to hit together. And then dodge and attack are easier to hit together. And then yeah, one try at the boss at a time. I need to be a lot more careful there. And I really do need to just use my dodge abilities much more often. I really do just need to use my dodge ability a lot more often, I think. Because it seems like this boss does telegraph most of the attacks relatively well. Though, some of the hurt boxes are just strange. And I can't tell. Like, I can't visually tell if I'm going to take damage on some of these attacks or not, because it seems like there's something I'm missing. There's something I'm missing with some of these attacks that make it a little bit difficult to avoid taking a ton of damage. Oh, can I attack those? Standing about here is a spot I like to stand, but also it doesn't help me if I get clipped by the boss themselves. Okay, I did dodge that attack. They're going to do whatever this is. attack is. Okay, that's how I dodge that attack consistently. Is I just glide in between. Yeah, I just have to glide in between the two. And then that one I can run away a little bit. Is he gonna jump in? What is he gonna do? They're gonna do the phase transition attack again. I also have no idea how much health the boss actually has. Which does make it a little bit terrifying to deal with at times. Okay, I can hit them a couple more times. Yeah, I can deal a decent chunk of damage to this boss. I think I win. Yeah, I can deal a decent chunk of damage to the boss. It's like I'm fighting the boss. So that kind of helps a little bit, not knowing how much health they have. I suppose it does help a little bit to not know how much health the boss actually has left. Ooh, is there something on the ceiling? Yeah, not knowing exactly how much health the boss has, I think, is mildly helpful at times. 560 crystallized Nakra. I need more old core fragments, though. I need more old cores, though, is the thing. Because I know I tend to get nervous if I get too close to beating a boss and then I start playing, like, overly fast, which can cost me a win. The Breath's Spring. Is this another pearl? Chimes ring the chime. I'm going to open the door first, in case this is another fight. I don't think it's likely to be another boss fight. Oh, I can't open the doors. I don't think this is likely to be another boss fight, but I am at basically one-shot territory, which is mildly concerning. So I think something glitched out on my live chat on my end. There we go. Okay, because I think I can then ring the chimes for the wind. Or the breath. The breath feels like they probably do something related to wind, though. A drop. In the ocean. Oh, it's like ringing wind chimes here. I think our goal is to tangled vines among withering stars. I think our current goal is to collect all of these pearl things from around the map. At least that's what I've seen thus far as our objective. That is very, very large. My garden. It grew boundless. I did not talk over them. From eye to heart, livelier than ever. Yet its blooms hide deeper, darker roots.
A hunger that cannot ever be satiated.
A hunger that cannot ever be satiated. And then there's you. Again. The little sapling who wished to save the sun. Look, I got their talking pattern down now. Will you do it, sapling? Will you give back what you have been gifted? It matters little. Have my voice. I know that the voice acting is quiet. Do what you please with it. I don't care. I know that with the game audio being lowered in volume a little bit to be behind my voice, the vocals are very quiet. I never did. Oh, are they falling apart now? So we go to the other side of the door and then just immediately break things. What does the librarian think of this? Amethyst the breath. A voice that carries the weight of indifference. The breath's spring. I'm guessing the door's open now. Yay, the door's open. I don't think the librarian will have appreciated that. All this time, the breath was dormant? No, it can't be. Why did they give up their duty? Was there no hope of stopping the gloom water? What about fixing the library? I need to go back and bring the news to others. The gate's opened. I like the robots. The robots have a lot more energy. I still can't get up to that item. Yep, through the voice persists. She holds the breath's voice. Is the scaredy cat gone? The scaredy cat ran away. It's not a very nice way for me to describe that enemy. I'm gonna go crystallize the knocker I got real quick, because there is a easily accessible knocker crystallizer right next to this fast travel point. And then I'm gonna go to the main fast travel point because I suspect we're unlocking... Well, I suspect we unlocked something? I suspect we unlocked something there. But I do want to crystallize the knocker we got from the boss before I lose it. Though, even though I still don't know what we're actually gonna spend any of this on. I still don't know what we're actually gonna spend any of this on. Back to Nexus. Nexus is what this area is called. I had slightly forgotten the name of the area. Oh, I have glide now. Does that let me get through here now? It does. That's a new-ish. Is this a new pathway? No, this is not a new pathway, because this is the pathway that we entered from initially. So how do I get to the other side of this door? Because that door's locked from the other side, but it's also just sitting there. Anyways, you are attuned to the voice of the breath. I am glad to hear it through you. Despite their apparent indifference, they were a gentle soul, deeply caring about all living things, and even more deeply invested in our true mission. It's no wonder, then, they took the breach of the library and the flood of their gardens as a treason. The fact that they are with you now shows they haven't completely lost hope. Their name was Amatis. Let them be remembered. I'm guessing this unlocks something. Hopefully this unlocks something. Otherwise I'm gonna get lost as to where to go next. Pearl severed. Amatis, the breath. Status attuned. Amatis, fourth incumbent. Embedding 651 years ago. Fascinating. Because we have the spine, which is directly above us. We have the blood, which is somewhere behind a bunch of wind. And then we have the hand, which is down in foundations? I think. The hand rules over the vaults, where she creates more pearls and more units. I don't know much about this one. She loves secrecy, but she is active. I can tell that much. The spine's just sitting above us. The spine connects to everything. He is at the center of the network and the true master of the Nexus. I myself am but a steward of his domain. And then the blood, I know where they are. The blood oversees Metropolis and its inhabitants, keeping them warm and in good health. Or at least, he used to, but now, well, you see... Okay, I'm not sure what that unlocked. There is an exit up here that I haven't been out of yet. There is that exit. There are a couple of exits over here. I think that might just be the elevator, but I want to check. Yeah, I want to check if that is actually the elevator or not. So I think I want to... I'm going to warp to the top one first and see if I can call the elevator up. I think is what I want to... I think is my plan. I'm going to travel to this one first, see if I can call the elevator up. If I can't call the elevator up, then I will drop back. Or then I'll travel down, call the elevator, make sure the elevator's in the down position. Okay, I can't call the elevator up, because the pathway is blocked off. Which means that would make sense why I can't get up there either. I don't know how to break the goop. I don't know how to jump to the high ledges that have items on them. I have a lot of locked doors. I have a pathway that I haven't taken over here. That looks... I don't know if I can take either of those pathways, though. I don't know if I can take either of those pathways, though, is the tricky part. Because these are all... I'm not entirely sure where to go right now. Maybe I think I'm gonna check the one... It's kind of to the left of Bell Tower near the first pearl we severed. Because that, I think, gives me at least... It gives me something to check, and then we can go check around Metropolis again. Even though I don't suspect that to be where we're missing stuff, where we're missing items. I don't suspect we're missing items up there, but you never know. Okay, I need to be a little bit more careful with my traveling, because action just fell all the way down that. Action just fell all the way down this room. Granted, this room is not actually that difficult to get back up. I do need to be a little bit more careful, though. Because I need to bounce up here. Because I can go up here and then go around. Okay. Don't let see your past, you would be capable of plotting a robbery. But I was sure it was around here. Maybe another unit took it? I mean, I'm 90% sure I took his pass at some point, though, so... I think that other unit that might have taken it may have been us. We did find ours in Metropolis, not in this area. So maybe I'm being a little bit overly harsh. I miss the Travelers. They were always surprising. I like the little robots in the background that have just the, that just have bits and bobs of text. I do have at least a candle or two. I don't have any more candles. But I got enough to unlock something. Come. I need you. At the top. Meet me. Time is running out. Okay, apparently we got enough candles for something to happen. Lacking tribute. There's still definitely more candles around. I suspect I can't actually get up top yet. Whatever that top exit is. Until... I either get more movement or I can get more candles, and I'm not sure which one it is. Why is there a grapple point right there? That grapple point's a little bit strange. Yeah, that grapple point's a little bit strange there. I don't think I can go through this... I don't think I can go through this door that's over to the side in this area yet. Yeah, locked from the other side. I don't know where the other side is. I don't know where the other side is. It's the problem. Yeah, I'm still very much lost as to where to go right now. I can buy a coding component. Honestly, I might as well buy everything that doesn't cost a core, an old core, because I have enough Nokra right now, and I'm not really sure what else I'd be saving it up for. Thank you for bringing me another piece of history. Miniature Pearls has been revised with new information. Apparently, we found that. Oh yeah, we did find that at one point, didn't we? Mysterious curio. Set of weird-looking pearls with intricate patterns encased inside, their meaning lost in time. Personal assistance interpretation? Most likely used as tiny offerings, or maybe prayer vectors? Coins, in the worst case. Could you imagine being stripped of your pearl and turned into money? The absolute horror. The pearls seem to be basically who we are. Even as we mourn the lost coordinates, we must stay focused on the journey ahead. Our journey was never the point, and you know that perfectly well. We're living and may still have a tomorrow. To me, that's what truly counts. You cling to borrowed time, brother, and Clea's the one suffering for it? What? What just happened there? What did we just run into? I'm legitimately not sure what bit of lore we just ran across there. But my current best guess is that there's something in Foundations that we missed. Yeah, my best guess is that we've missed something in Foundations or progression. Because there are a lot of pathways that I've come across at this point that are definitely are a path forward, but that just happen to still be locked. I do not need to take the elevator all the way down, because I'm kind of thinking that it might be something to do with this area right here. Is where I'm suspecting progress is found, which would be on the very bottom floor of the elevator to the left. Because I don't think I have the key to the right door to the right yet. I'm going to just double check that I didn't pick up a key unexpectedly. Yeah, or it requires a seal. Definitely haven't picked that up. But this is a pathway to somewhere new. Because I could fall down the elevator shaft. I'm not sure if that actually helps me at all. I'm not sure if falling down the elevator shaft would help me at all. Because I don't think that I remember that elevator shaft having a bunch of, like, pathways to the side of it. This room was a little bit tricky. Oh, can I jump out of the wind? Not really. Yeah, I can't really jump out of the wind there. Oh, but I can't get down below from here. There's definitely an old core below me. But then we wind up going too far to the right. And then we end up going too far to the right to get to that core. We definitely need to wind up more to the left. Because last time I came through this area, I did not have glide, though I'm not sure if glide will really help me at all. Because that's another spot that needs more vertical. That's another spot that needs more vertical mobility. And or needs me to be up top. Which required me to be on that platform, which required me to make it up there, which still requires more vertical mobility than I have. Because I don't... Actually, can I make it there? That looks like it might be doable. Yeah, that looks like it might be doable with Glide. Yeah, that is doable with Glide. Okay. That's a pathway that we now have open to us. And I'm guessing we get this old core finally. Because there are a lot of these... There's a lot of pathways, and I'm never quite entirely sure which ones are going to be traversable versus not. I need to pick up the item. So that is a little bit of crystallized nacre. This is a new area. This is a mildly scary looking area. That looks like it probably does a lot of damage if I fall into the what I'm presuming is red hot fire stuff. It can bounce off the explodey things, which gives me another old core. Or at least every one of these I've ever picked up has given me an old core. And this one is no different. Yeah, this one is no different. This looks almost like either forge or other heat. Other heating center of some sort. Either like a forge or a furnace or a set of heating elements for presumably keeping the ship warm? Because I'm pretty sure we're in a spaceship at this point. We get a decent amount of knocker from the junk piles. Though I have no idea where we've run off to. Oh, we're back into Redacted? But we're in a different part of it. Fascinating. I don't trust those. This is an Overseer platform with the Overseer missing. Well, one of these days we'll find one of these that just has the Overseer already. That looks like some laser beams. That definitely looks like some slightly scary laser beams everywhere. I wonder if I can dodge them. Switch, use. I'm just going to push the random button. That appears to have stopped a fan. Did that stop all the fans, or did that just stop the singular fan? So something tells me that stopped the a singular fan. Though, maybe not. Unknown object. On its own, it's pretty useless. Another fragmented serial number labeled comes to the end. Can I get out of this area now? I think the real question. Because we are slightly stuck down here, I think. Because I can't quite jump up there. Oh, are we gonna lose our Nakra? Our 74 Nakra to the pool? I don't think I can make the jump up here, and I don't see any other pathways. I mean, I suppose that would make... Okay, apparently I can just pass through the lasers sometimes, but not other times. This game has some slightly glitchy movement or slightly glitchy collision and hitboxes at times, I've noticed. Nothing that terrible. We did lose 74 Nakra droplets to the pond, though, which makes me slightly sad. I can drop down here now. I can drop through this fan now that it's no longer spinning. Though this is not necessarily an easy direction to go either. Yeah, this pathway is also a little bit twisty-turny. A little bit of a twisty-turny, slightly dangerous pathway. Okay, what, how am I constantly just messing up this one jump? It should not be, that jump should not be that difficult. I suspect. Oh gosh. Okay, I need to... Okay, this is like a little mini platforming section. Yeah, this is another mini platforming section. Those do generally have good items in them, from what I've noticed. Though that does not necessarily make them easy to traverse. Oh wait, the lasers are on the top. Yeah, okay, the lasers appear to be on the top side of that. We are running a little bit low on health. Okay, I think I need to use my hairpin. Yeah, I think what I need to do is I need to use my hairpin there to make it up there, to make it here, to exactly one junk pile. I'm guessing there's another pathway. Though I'm guessing I needed to go through to the right and not the left. Yeah, I think somebody mentioned that there's just lots of like little mini platforming challenging little mini platforming sections just tucked all around the game. I suspect we have found one of them. Oh shoot. I need to not use my glide if I'm going to use my hairpin, I think. I think the glide uses up my ability to use my... Yeah, glide uses my ability to use hairpin, so I can only ever use one of the two. Okay. This platforming challenge doesn't seem too overly difficult at the moment. I'm just messing it up because I'm not understanding exactly where I need to be going. Because yeah, this part's not terrible either. I just need to bounce off that one. And then I need to glide through here. Okay, we got a Nokra basin down here. Not sure that actually helps me because I'm not sure where we're trying to go. Oh, we're going through this door. Okay. Oh, I see what we're... I see what we're doing there. Yeah, okay, I see what we're doing. That does not make it easy. Because we need to kind of go... we need to use the big thing, or we need to use the big bits of metal here to... It appears... hide ourselves from the lasers, which requires weirdly good timing to stay behind them. It requires weirdly good timing to stay behind those. I'm going to heal whenever I'm at -2 health. I'm going to heal whenever I'm at -2 health just so I don't accidentally run myself all the way out of health. Okay, why do I keep just like free falling? Oh, it's because I'm running out of energy. I highly suspect it's because I'm just running out of energy. Okay. Okay, this is... I'm not the best at platformers. Yeah, I'm definitely not the best at platformers all the time. So this is a little bit on the tricky side for me. Especially when... Oh, those things kind of, are slightly explodey. Oh, there is a platform here I can stand on. Why do I suspect that that counts as solid ground? Yeah, why am I suspecting that that platform counts as solid ground that is going to cause me to get sent, not be able to heal again? Yeah, and then I have the explodey landmine here. I legitimately do not know how to get through this room. Because if I stand on that platform, I lose my ability to get the Nakra pool, which I think I don't want to happen. I think I want to make sure I don't lose my ability to hit the Nakra pool. So I think I do not want to stand on that platform by accident. And I think if I stand on that platform by accident, then I kind of sort of instantly have lost the platforming challenge. Then I can go through here. Because I can heal. Okay, that's actually not too terrible to get back to this room. But also, this room is apparently trickier than I am expecting it to be. I'm going to do 3 health at a time this time, because I'm not going to be standing on any solid ground that would take me away from the Nakra platform that I can see. I'm just hoping that whatever's at the end of this area is worth the effort that it takes for me to get there. I'm just hoping that whatever is under this area is worth the effort. That one right there is, or the explodey orb dude on that side is a little bit tricky to deal with because he's in a weird... Yeah, that one's in a weird spot. Yeah, the free Nakra is a super good thing to spend one of my ability slots on. I need to make it over here. I can hover on this one. Oh, is there solid ground underneath that? I think there might be solid ground underneath there, which is tricky to get to. Yeah, this game does not. The game really does not pull its punches with where it expects you to make it to. If I'm gonna stand on if I'm thinking there's solid ground on there, I want to make sure I'm not at too low of health when I get to it. Yeah, bouncing on an enemy does restore my energy. Yeah, bouncing on an enemy does restore my energy. Okay. Yeah, this platforming challenge is... I'm still trying to figure out the best way to approach it, because the moving platforms, the lasers, yeah, the combination of the moving platforms, the lasers, and the orbs that explode. I also need to make sure I'm actually attacking the correct direction. Because, yeah, that's... I need to jump a little bit later than I think I do to be able to make it behind the first one before I run out of energy. And then I need to glide over, hit the second one, hover, and do another glide down. Okay. Okay, can I... Oh, I do have a down attack in the air. Somehow I never realized that. I want the energy restore from that, so I can glide down here, and I need to not get hit by the third one, but by the third. I don't know what they are. They're kind of like landmine type enemies. I need to not get hit by the explosion of the third one after I bounce off of it. If I get hit by the explosion of the third one, then I get knocked into the falling platform and I run out of ability to actually do anything. Yeah, this bit of platforming here is a lot trickier than I was expecting it to be. Because, okay, then I missed my attack. Yeah, missing my attack also does not help. Yeah, why is this section so difficult? I really, like I said before, I really do hope it's worth the effort I'm putting into clearing whatever this challenge is. Then I need to jump, I need to bounce off that one. Then I think there is solid ground down here. Okay. That is solid ground. Yeah, many paths of pain all throughout it. I think I found one of them. Yeah, I think I found one of the mini paths of pain. I know there's something off to the right there, but I'm going to pick up whatever this is off to the left, because I just noticed that the pathway left this way. Of its vaults, fragmented serial number. Yeah, the mini paths of pain are certainly paths of pain. Gotta give them credit where credit is due on... Okay, that was kind of tricky platforming. And now we do have full health, because I was being slightly careful with my health there. Pick up a afterimage. 30 modifier slots. Using the hairpin generates a decoy that enemies will target first. Interesting. Experiment number 21. Using energy outbursts as sensory hallucinations to distract machines when I want to steal cake from the kitchens. Hallen, 7 years old. Interesting. That I don't know if that ability's worth it or not. It does definitely sound interesting either way, worth it or not. This is an overseer. Roots redacted. So this isn't... This, I think, was worth the trip over to get the overseers. And I'm very, very glad I thought to investigate to the left side before I left the area. If it's anything like the other one, there's a shortcut I'm going to open at some point here. Yeah, mini paths of pain. All over the place. Lots of just fun, suddenly platforming challenge. I have no idea where I am. I'm guessing there's a doorway over here I can open? No? There's an old core. Yeah, there's an old core over here. That's worth something. Couple of old cores. If I can find one more coding fragment, I could buy 2 old cores also. And that would be helpful. Could I have, I can purchase 2 coding fragments for 4 old cores and some knocker, but I need 3 more. Okay, there is just a shortcut that I can open here. Where did I just wind up? Oh, I wound up, like, way back over here. Yeah, I wound up, like, way back over by the elevator. I wound up, like, all the way back over at the elevator here. That's Though this doesn't open up any pathways to me, as far as I can tell. So I'm still... Oh, I can make it down here. Okay. I did not realize that those fans were on a timer. I did not realize that those fans were on a timer. A transcript of a traveler's experiences and thoughts. You know, it's always sunny here. Always the right temperature, always the perfect summer weather. Well, it's boring. I miss the rain, the ugly days, the cold and the dark. I miss that feeling you get with a hot cocoa, comfy plaid and soft music playing in the background while it pours like hell outside. Come on, tech guys. I know you read these logs. Give us a nice winter once in a while. I can agree with that, traveler. Give winter. Yeah, give winter. Please. I'm definitely much more, personally I am much more a fan of winter than like summer, winter months than summer months. So I definitely get where that traveler's coming from with that log. But also, where have we found ourselves? I mean, we found progression that I just didn't realize was actually available to us. I just didn't realize that I could actually make it down here, which I suppose is my own fault. Okay, that is wind. I don't want to go into the wind. That looks like it's a one-way pathway until I've made sure there's not anything else hiding down here. There does not appear to be anything else hiding down here, because I'm trapped at the very bottom of the world here. I'm trapped kind of at the very bottom of everything. So I can jump into a one-way wind tunnel that launches me. This whole area is new seeming. Try to avoid the wind as much as I can. Okay, that looks like a lot of crystallized nacre up top. Top side. Which I think I can... Yeah, I can actually get that pretty easily. That is 200. It does add up. Like, each little bit of money I get is adding up slowly. Elevator obstructed. Okay, I can operate the elevator. Oh, we're into elevator foundation shafts. Okay, we have one elevator down, then we have... I don't actually know where we are. I was gonna say, we have one elevator down, then we have another elevator somewhere that I'm not entirely sure where we are. Oh, is this the elevator we came down initially? No, we're in like a completely different part of Metropolis now. Where are we? Okay, no, there is a door here. Oh, this is... We're at the door over... Oh, I know where we are. There was a door right by the Nexus at the entrance to Metropolis. And it looks like we finally figured out how to get to the backside of the door. I'll take that as a win. I'm going to update the map real quick, because that shows me that I've missed several pathways. Which is entirely expected, given... I think we just got kind of sucked past those in the wind. We kind of just got sucked past those pathways in the wind. But this is another shortcut open. Oh, this is called the Hall of History. Interesting. lots and lots and lots of different pathways all over the place, and then there is definitely a pathway to the right that I can take. I really need to be more careful about not taking damage to enemies. We're just going with the wind. Not a whole lot I can do about it. I'm gonna take the optional side pathway first, though. If I can, I want to break the junk pile. I also want to fight this enemy. I want to fight the enemy first. I'm guessing I can. Okay, there's definitely something over there. I don't think I can get that yet, though. Yeah, I don't think I can get that item yet, though. It seems like it. All these fans keep blowing into the danger grass, which is not great for my long-term survival. Yeah, jumping into the danger grass is not great for my long-term survival. Oh, can I hairpin out of the... I can definitely hairpin out of the wind. And make it... I didn't make it to the top platform, but I made it to the bottom platform, and this appears to be a item of some variety. But we're picking up lots of just stuff here. Candle. That's, I think, a progression item, actually. I actually think that the candles are legitimately a progression item. I want to break the junk pile. I need to make sure I'm careful, though. Oh, I need to not glide here. I need to have the ability to hairpin. I'm going to run out of health here, but I think I'm probably okay with that. Yeah, I think I'm probably okay with running out of health there, because there's a lot of pathways tucked around in that area that I want to explore, and the wind makes a lot of them like one-directional pathways. But this is definitely a bit of progression. Press Y to operate the elevator. Do not get squished by the elevator. Because the elevator will absolutely 100% just squish me if I'm not careful. I do want to be much more careful facing off against this flying enemy, because it will hurt. Okay, no, I needed to not run out of my hairpin. Oh, the hairpin just regenerates itself anyways. Okay, I want to not get caught in that wind. I want to not get caught in the wind, because if I get caught in this wind, then I get slightly wrecked. Oh, I needed to... Oh, this is not the spot I needed to go across either, though, is it? I'm losing all my health. Just getting back to where I was. That's not... That's not terrible. I wonder if I could bounce off those enemies to get places. Okay, why does it Oh, do I need to hold it? I think I need to hold the button. I think I need to hold the button in order to have my hairpin pull me out of the wind. Because I think if I just press the button, then I definitely do not get pulled out of the wind. Okay. We're making some progress. I'm still very low on health. Though we have a knocker basin. I do greatly appreciate the game constantly putting the knocker basins just all over the place. I want to avoid hitting any of the wind, I think. At least for the moment. 'Cause I want to investigate. I want to investigate as much as I can before I trap myself somewhere. Or before I trap myself anywhere. Yeah, I want to do investigation before I get stuck somewhere. That is a big enemy. I'm gonna guess they have a lot of health. Yeah, this enemy has a lot of health. I can sort of dodge them. Okay, big enemy has lots of health. More definitely not surprising news. Okay, I'm not sure what I just opened there with that shortcut. Yeah, there's so much wind in this area. It is. I thought this wasn't the area with the breath, though. Apparently the blood just really likes the wind also. Unknown object. Modifier extension. That's really good. Yeah, I really like that. I really like getting a modifier extension there. Because that means... Yeah, I bought all the ones I could buy earlier. So each modifier extension is... That's just more stuff I can equip. Once I have... I don't know if I want to jump into that yet. I'm not sure if there's any other... I'm not sure if there's any other secrets hidden around down here. This feels like it... Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's a secret. Okay, there is something to the right, though. The wind will catch me before I go there. Yeah, the wind will definitely catch me before I go over to the right. Because I don't see a... Yeah, the wind grabs you in this game. It's not it doesn't seem to be something I can just force my way through with momentum unless I have a thing on the other side of the wind to hit with my... Or to grab with my hairpin. I'm gonna go up. I don't know where we're going, but we're going somewhere. Yeah, we're definitely going somewhere. Something tells me that I did need to go, that the direction forward is to the right. Right, eventually, at least. Because we can take this pathway over, and then I can just fall all the way down instead of going through that mini path off to the side. Why is there a snowman? Why is the snowman alive? Atmos, weather control unit. Why is there a boss down here? I mean, I know why there's a boss down here. It's because I found progress. Yeah, I found progress, and it gives it to me in the form of a boss. I did not last very long there. And I lost 198 Nacra droplets. Also, I still think I only have one protective coating. Yeah, I want one more protective coating at some point. Enemies leak a lot more Nacra droplets. Convert some enemies into crystallized Nacra. Energy recharge when taking damage. Those are all things I could equip. Nacra Drought is not one I want to equip, for sure. Though, honestly, for boss fights, I could equip... If I'm not going to be hitting a Nacra Droplet on the way to a boss fight, I could equip the -15. Yeah, I could equip the -15 and then deal more damage somehow. Honestly, I'm gonna warp to Mel, because that's actually not a bad idea. I don't think that's a bad idea. if I'm going to a boss that I'm not using a Nakra pool for, I might as well get the 15 extra slots. I might as well get the 15 extra slots at that point. And then equip some other ability. I don't need thinner frame. Quicker recovery after getting hit. I do like those, but those are also expensive. Energy recharges quicker while on the ground. Getting hit by an enemy generates an energy shard. None of these are really useful other than the potential of... I'm going to buy the other 2 coding components. I'm not sure if I'm missing... There's one I can just easily go pick up somewhere. And then quicker recovery after getting hit doesn't seem terrible either. Because if I get one more coding fragment somewhere, which I suspect there's at least a couple that I've missed already, that would give me 1 extra health as well. And 1 extra health would be kind of helpful. I can't make it down there. That's a boss fight. I'm just trying to think if there's anywhere obvious. Can I get any of the 3 items? 2 of those items are high jumps. One of them I think might have just been a horizontal movement, actually. I'm going to try to get one of these items and hope it might be a protective coat. Because I know there was an item. I'm going to try to get... I don't remember if this one was just something that Glide might help me with. Yeah, Glide might help me there. Which, if Glide does help me get that item and it's a protective coat, that would be highly, highly beneficial in multiple ways. Because it's not that I think I need 6 health instead of 5, so much as it's that I suspect that getting that would let me keep my 5. Yeah, I'm suspecting that would let me keep my 5 if I can get one more item at some point here. Okay, what item did I mark down on the map over here? Hold on a second. Because I definitely marked an item on the map as not obtainable. It is obtainable now. Alright then. Glitch trail. Leaves a trail at enemies after using the hairpin on anything. That's not a coding fragment. Is what makes me slightly sad. But that is an item that I knew about. And that does add up. Getting just items and more items and then more items. Because there was also an item like over here-ish somewhere that I think I might be able to get if I'm careful. And I think that one might just be an old core and not a coding fragment. That one might just be an old core, not a coding fragment. Which is probably unfortunate for me. Though, maybe not as unfortunate as I thought. I also want to know how to get into there at some point. Step 1 is, how did I get up that platform in the first place? Did I just have to glide over? I think I just had to glide over. That door's a little bit on the tall side. Just a little bit. Because there's not a ton of easy. I mean, if there was an easy spot that I knew had an item I knew had a fragment, I would just go grab it. But I don't know of one of those. I don't know of an easy spot to get a coding fragment. And I've definitely used up all my ability to, or all the ones that I can just buy. So I'm wondering if there might be, I don't know. I do want one more coding fragment though. I'm gonna go down one floor. I'm gonna go down one floor here. There is a, and there's a doorway in that elevator shaft that I saw. Because I think there might have been an item. No, I got that item. I got this item already. So it might have been like down here or something. Because there was definitely, no, it was over here. There was definitely an item that was over a gap that I think I might be able to bounce off an enemy to get to. I'm not sure if that's something that the game necessarily has as an intended methodology to get stuff, but it's something that I want to at least give a try. It's something I at least want to give a try to. It's just through here. Actually, I can, because yeah, if that enemy goes off to the other side, I might. Actually, can I hairpin off the enemy and then use it to restore my energy? I need that enemy to fly up though. I need that enemy to fly up. And not there. Because if I hairpin off of an enemy, can I... Because my thing is, I think if I hairpin off the enemy while it's way up in the air, and then I like somehow attack it to get my energy back, I'm gonna give that a try. Great, I'm gonna definitely get wrecked by this boss right now. I'm definitely gonna get wrecked by Atmos here, because this is a boss fight. But I think until I get that item, I'm gonna try it once or twice on the way down to Atmos each time, even if that means my Atmos attempts don't last very long due to slightly limited amount of health. I'm also going to get a lot of knocker droplets for the pond doing this. I'm realizing, not sure if they're actually that useful of a thing, but I am going to get a lot of them. Because I can probably get like 200 each time I go around. And Atmos seems slightly non-trivial. Yeah, Atmos seems like a slightly non-trivial boss fight. Just a little bit difficult. But I want... What I'm realizing is I want whatever item is across that gap. Though I suspect it's not as... I suspect it's not a coding fragment. I'm suspecting it's an old core. I'm suspecting it is just an old core. Okay, that... If I can get up there. If I can use the enemy to go up. Okay, maybe this is not actually doable right now. I don't think I can jank out. I don't think I can jank my way. Unless I can kite it to the left somehow. Okay, I'm now stuck down here. I'm thinking I might be able to kite it to the left and then hairpin it up like that. Could get me up there. Because I want that item. The fact that the game's not letting me get it easily means I want it even more. And I think I might be able to use a hairpin off the enemy to get out of the wind that's blocking that's keeping me from getting to the item. That's at least my theory. I could be completely off base with that theory though. And I just wouldn't know it. Yeah, I just would not know I was completely off base. Okay, I want that enemy to come this way. I need them further. Yeah, I need the enemy further over. Okay, but they're not affected by wind is the problem. Okay, maybe I just can't get that item yet. Because the fact that there's ice down here also does not help me, like, position myself where I need to be. Oh, maybe if I go further to the left. Because I can go a little further to the left down there. I can pull the enemy further to the side. So that they're in a better position for me to hairpin off of. The fact that the game does not want me getting that item makes me want... Well, like I said, the more the game wants me to not get an item, the more I want to get the item. And I'm just not... I'm suspecting I'm going to get the ability upgrade that makes getting that item much more doable after the boss fight. But where's the fun in waiting? Yeah, where's the fun in waiting for the boss fight? Because I'm suspecting if I make the enemy notice me... Yeah, I need the enemy to notice me before I came down here. So I'm suspecting what I can do is I can come over... is I can use... Oh, the fact that it keeps flying down when I'm down here is gonna mess me up. I was thinking I could maybe stand on the left platform and get it to fly, like, up above me, but it keeps wanting to fly towards me at the same time. And that's really not helpful. Yeah, the enemy flying towards me is really not helpful for me being able to defeat said enemy. Or position said enemy in a spot where I can... I know it's possible. I know it's probably possible because I've seen the enemy fly to where I need it at least once or twice. But the randomness, I think, makes it not actually viable. I suspect. And also, I'm guessing we're probably going to get the item I need after the Atmos boss fight. The fact that I just took damage getting to the boss fight is not great. But this is, I think, the longest I'm making it. I think this is the longest I'm making it so far, at least. I'm gonna just keep attacking during the initial cutscene there. Yeah, the fact that it's a boss fight with ice physics also is not helping, because this game's ice physics are a little bit hard to deal with. This game's ice physics are a little bit difficult to deal with. Okay, that attack is a very terrifying attack. Okay. I'm suspecting because I don't have a knocker pool between me and the boss, it doesn't matter if the knocker pool stays dry. Yeah, it doesn't matter if the knocker pools stay dry. That gives me a little bit. Because if there's also not a knocker pool, it doesn't matter if they're free either. I do like the last attack of my combo dealing more damage. I want quicker recovery when I get hit. Damage inflicted on enemies increases. I don't know if I want that because that requires me to have taken a bunch of stuff. 40 is really expensive. It leaves a trail. Yeah, I don't know if either of those are super useful abilities. Damage inflicted on enemies increases for each layer of protection I've already lost. That might be worth equipping. And energy recharge when taking damage. Maybe. I'm going to equip those as... I'm just going to equip those. I don't know how much damage I'm dealing to the boss either, but we have a couple of extra... Yeah, we have a couple of extra modifier slots there. So might as well fill them out, because I don't need the extra... I don't need the stuff that's knocker pool based when I'm fighting a boss with no knocker pool. So it's just a waste. It's just a waste of, like... I get 25 extra slots if I equip the knocker base and stay dry plus no Nakra. Or plus Nakra isn't free anymore. If I unequip that, equip base and stay dry, I get 25 extra slots for 0 cost for this boss fight. Which I think is probably worthwhile. Probably worthwhile, at least it feels worthwhile to me. This boss has a lot of health, though. Yeah, Atmos here has a... Yeah, Atmos here is fairly strong and has a lot of attacks that deal, like, multiple hits worth to me. Which is concerning. I still really wish I had one more health. Yeah, I still really wish I had one more health, which would be... I need just one more protective coating, but I honestly don't have any leads on where one could be. I really just don't have any leads on where one more protective coating could be to get the extra protective coating. Or to get the one extra health. Which is deeply, deeply unfortunate. Yeah, very, very unfortunate for me. Okay, that enemy I could also just kind of run right past without having to fight them. So yeah, this boss run back's not terrible. The boss itself kinda is. I don't think attacking them when they're in snowman form is actually doing any damage to them. Cause yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay, maybe the hairpin attacks are gonna be useful against Atmos because the hairpin does give me mobility in this fight, which is probably helpful. Okay. Yeah, this boss appears to be a slight challenge. just a little bit. I do wonder how many attempts this boss is going to wind up taking, though. Because the run back, while straightforward, does take a second. Yeah, the run back does take a second. for me to actually get all the way back around. 'Cause even though it's not terribly difficult, the fact that the enemy had tried to attack me before I even could get out of the elevator is a little bit unfair there. Nothing terrible though. Okay, I need to be a lot more careful against. I need to be a lot more careful against Atmos here. Okay, you are going to. Okay, I need to make sure I need to be a bit more careful against. I need to be a bit more careful against a lot of Atmos's attacks. Because yeah, these attacks, yeah, Atmos's attacks cover a decent chunk of the screen, and are a little bit. Yeah, I also cannot full dodge Atmos's attacks. Maybe if I turn off the enemy health. Because energy recharge when taking damage also isn't super helpful. But maybe if I can get one of... This is actually really expensive to equip also is the problem. Yeah, it deals a lot more damage to enemies. I kind of want that equipped. Though that is expensive. If I turn off my own status, turn off reduced latency, that gives me just enough slots to equip this. Because you kind of get your status not... Yeah, you kind of get your status already. Because then I can use Hairpin to get around, and that'll give me extra damage output. Because knowing my status isn't super useful in the boss fight. Because then I get worried that I'm low on health. Okay, that does actually deal a decent chunk of extra damage. The hairpin. Yeah, the hairpin heavy attack, I think, is slightly more damage per second. And my energy does recover itself fairly well. Okay, does my hairpin actually let me dodge things? Because yeah, this is more damage. I just can't see literally anything going on. I don't know how much health I have. I don't know how much health they have. I don't know where my energy level's at. Yeah, I know nothing. And I think that might actually reduce the difficulty slightly if I know absolutely nothing about my own status. Since then I don't freak myself out when I inevitably wind up low on health. And it's just base boss until boss eventually is no more. Yeah, face boss till boss is no more. Or until I am no more. I am no more. I mean, if the game wanted me to keep my health bar on, they shouldn't have given me the ability to unequip my health bar. Because if you give me the ability to unequip my health bar in exchange for other upgrades, don't be surprised when I do that occasionally. It is funny. It kind of reminds me a little bit of don't know if you guys played Nier Automata, where you can unequip your like central processing computer, and it's just like instant death when you do that in that game. But it kind of reminds me a little bit of that. Just being able to unequip like critical components of your UI and whatnot. You do actually get an ending in Nier Automata for unequipping your ability to do anything. Yeah, the fact that Atmos is on the wall and it's an ice floor in the arena does not help me in this boss fight, though. Yeah, that combo really does not help me. Okay, there we go. Yeah, not having the UI feels weird. I mean, it cost me 5 modifier slots. Yeah, having the UI cost me 5 modifier slots, and I needed 5 more modifier slots to equip one of my items. I am at 1 health now, though, which is always terrifying. Granted, I haven't even made it. I don't even think I've gotten Atmos down to half health at any point. I don't even think I've gotten Atmos down to half health at any point, and I've done like several attempts. You just wait until you found more modifier slots? I don't know where there's more modifier slots. I also don't know where there's another protective coding fragment to give me 1 extra max health. I don't know, and I want these things equipped for the boss fight. And there's not a whole lot I can. I don't really need anything other than just combat abilities to beat the boss eventually. So everything else has been deemed excessive and unnecessary. Which just so happens to include the UI. If I get 1 more protective coding fragment, I also get an entire extra health, which would be quite nice, but I bought all the ones I can buy. I bought all the ones I can buy, which is slightly unfortunate. Cause yeah, if I just don't ever take damage, it doesn't matter if I can't see my health bar. Though not being able to see my energy bar is a little bit unfortunate also, because I am using my ability to hairpin to get a little bit of extra damage output. I'm using my hairpin ability to get a little bit of extra damage output via the heavy attack, which is why I unequipped my UI, so I could equip that ability instead. But that does mean I don't know how much health I have, I don't know how much health they have. Nobody knows how much health anybody has. Because that's a new attack, though. That was a new attack, and that just did 3 hits to me before it ended, and that is mildly terrifying. I kind of like the look of the game without the UI equipped, or without the UI visible. Because, like, it feels very atmospheric without the UI. Even if I have no idea what's going on with my own. I mean, unequip the thing that shows you your status, and I have no idea what my status is. But we will. I'll probably re-equip it as soon as the boss fight's done, or as soon as I beat the boss fight. Because I mean, I also have like no knocker basins equipped right now for the extra slots. Because does it really matter if I have free knocker basins or knocker basins that actually heal me? If there's not even a knocker basin for me to use for the boss fight. I think not. Atmos here is the fact that he's very, very mobile on the wall, then the ice floor does just keep causing me issues. Because yeah, the ice floor does not help. Yeah, the ice floor does not help me in this boss fight with my positioning. Okay, because I can deal a decent chunk of... I'm getting to the point where I can deal a relatively decent chunk of damage to Atmos, but a lot of these attacks I still get clipped by. I have 1 health left. I'm two. If I take a hit, I'm done. There we go. Yeah, I'd like more. I would like more modifier slots also, but I don't know how to get those right now. I don't know how to get more modifier slots. I don't know how to get more health. I don't know how to get anything other than from this to this boss fight and then beaten by the boss. Repeatedly. Also, the fact that this enemy sometimes attacks me while I'm getting out of the elevator and can actually hit me when it does that is not the greatest thing ever. Because now I'm going to the boss fight with 1 fewer health than normal. I mean, granted, I do deal a decent chunk of damage, but Atmos also is a little bit of a beefy boss fight. Especially with... Yeah, like, especially with the ice floors. The ice floors are, like, I think what's causing me the biggest issue, and I'm not sure if there's an ability that stops you from sliding on ice floors, but if there is, I would very much appreciate it. I would very much appreciate an ability that let me stop sliding on the ice floors for this fight. But something tells me that probably doesn't actually exist. Or if it does, it's like after the boss fight's done. Because I can kind of counter parry it's not really a parry so much as it is a... I can kind of just dodge some of those attacks. I need to do a better job of dodging the attacks, I think. Well, the run back is at least straightforward. And I know for a fact, if I take 6 hits, boss fight. If I take 6 hits, that's my health bar. The 5 protective coating, and then the one that actually takes me out. So I just need to not take 6 hits, and I need to deal about what feels like about 100-ish hits to Atmos from the attempt I made with the health bar turned on. It feels like it's about 120 hits worth of damage I need to deal to Atmos to win. Because that is... Yeah, that's 2 hits I've taken. Neither of which were necessary, and neither of which got me anything good. The hairpin actually kind of gives me, I think, a couple of iframes. That's 4. I can count how much damage I've taken. 5. And yep, I can see the status, and that's 6. Because I can see when I'm at 1 health, because I get like the little red, orangish diamonds around the edge of my screen, which are barely visible. And those are barely visible when they actually exist, but they are certainly visible. I think I'm gonna give Atmos 3-ish more, at least 3 more tries today. Because we are starting to get close to end of stream time. We are starting to get close to end of stream time, but I think I'm gonna give Atmos at least 3 more attempts. Knowing me, 3 attempts is gonna turn into like 5 or 6 attempts, most likely, but at least 3. Oh, I can. That's a new attack I didn't know I could do. I did not know that about that attack. Okay, because yeah, I get a bit of dodging from hairpin as well as my actual dodge ability. That's 2 hits that I've taken so far, which is not great. If I get behind him when he's doing that attack, it does actually kinda help, because I can get several attacks. Yeah, I can get several attacks off in a row there. That's 3, 4, 5. I see the orange markers, and 6. Yeah, Atmos is a little bit more difficult than the other bosses have been up to this point. Atmos feels like a little bit of a difficulty jump to me, where the previous bosses took several attempts, but felt a little bit more doable because I was making it to phase 2 a lot more frequently. I think 1 or 2 of the bosses I even did like first or second try. And then I just got Atmos over here, who has apparently decided that I'm not allowed to exist. And he's doing a pretty darn good job of making sure that actually happens. And a lot of it really is just that I'm getting thrown off by the ice floor. Maybe I don't try to attack Atmos when they're in the air. And maybe I don't try to attack Atmos when they're in the air. Because that seems to not... Yeah, it seems to not work out very well for me. To try to attack them when they're in the air, because I take a lot of my damage when I'm doing that. I take a lot of my damage when they're in the air, and I'm trying to deal with them, versus when they're on the ground. I deal a decent chunk more damage, because I can dodge a lot more easily by just running across the ground, waiting for them to do their ground slam attack, and then ideally I'd be dodging that attack, but that isn't happening yet. Yeah, I just get like a weird amount of momentum on the ground, which is not terribly useful, because I want to wait for Atmos' ground slam attack, make sure I'm clear of it, because then I can get behind Atmos and just staying on the ground in this fight. Yeah, staying on the ground in this fight seems like a good strategy. Except for that phase. Except for the phase 2 transition. I know that's the phase 2 transition. That's the second time I've seen it. I'm not sure how to deal with that attack because it lasts for so long. And is not actually all that trivial to avoid for me, at least. Which makes it a little bit scary. Okay, occasionally I'm just gonna bash up that enemy on the way down just because it occasionally does damage to me, so I occasionally do damage to it. I'm fair and I keep it fair and balanced between me and the enemy. Yeah, if I can do a little bit more damage on the ground. Okay, is Atmos going to... Yeah, if I just never jump. Though that is problematic how much damage I'm taking right there. That attempt did not last very long. Yeah, some of these attempts go really well. Some of them, the ice floor just the ice floor is throwing me off quite a bit, which is understandable, I suppose. I suppose the ice floor throwing me off is understandable because it does mess with my movement quite a bit. Yeah, it does mess with my movement quite a bit to have to deal with the ice floor. But it's not... If I stay on the ice floor, I can run, I can dodge, I can hairpin for the extra damage. The heavy attack that does the extra damage. And I do legitimately think that that is the correct strategy for me against Atmos, is to stay on the ground. Though that attack where he fires off 3 is a little bit problematic for me to actually dodge. I don't know if I took a damage right there or not. That's the problem. That is the risk of not having my health bar visible, is I don't know when I take damage. That one was definitely damage. I keep expecting to have more of like a quick dash ability than I have. Okay, that one I can jump on and dodge. He does, I think, 3 in the air and then the ground slam attack. He's very consistent about that. Like, this is the sort of thing I mean when I'm like, I want to learn the boss's attack patterns. Is I do learn how the bosses work after a while. Because yeah, that one, if I jump up, that gives me the ability to dodge. You're gonna spin at me again? You're gonna spin at me again, because I can dodge the spins. I can... There's actually a decent number of attacks I can dodge. Though I'm now out of health again. Yeah, there are a decent number of attacks I can dodge. And I'm getting better at dodging the attacks, I think. And also just predicting predicting / knowing what enemies or what options the boss has. At what point does it go into the air? Is it after 3 ground attacks also, or is it more than 3? Because I'm guessing it's probably consistent as well. I'm guessing it's probably consistent as well on the air attacks. Because air attacks are always 3. Ground attacks, I'm guessing, is a consistent number as well. Because that also gives me more knowledge on when I can actually counter an attack. Because one of these attempts will get there. Because I can parry that one. That's easy to parry. That one I either need to run or I need to jump. Parry. He's gonna ground slam on me again. Then I can dodge him. Though I can't always get a good dodge off. Because I also get kind of stun locked at times. I also get a little stun locked at times. I think jumping but not trying to attack from the air may actually be the play. Bosses in this game do not appear to do contact damage. Generally. Yeah, they don't generally seem to do contact damage unless I'm in the way of one of their attacks and I don't have any iframes left to deal damage. Okay, I'm gonna fire off an attack right there, even though I shouldn't. Yeah, attacking when he's on the wall is very much a mistake for me. Okay, and we're out of health again. I'm figuring it out. So... Also, this is the most, like, 7 attempted, 3 more attempts I've ever done. Actually, I do that a lot. Yeah, this is very much not a 3 attempts. Let's not get squished by the elevator. Yeah, let's try to not get squished by the elevator too badly. I mean, worst case, I'm looking at the stream time, this will be the last attempt. Worst case, we beat him next stream, because there will definitely be more streams of the game. I don't half-play games. I don't play games halfway. I actually will finish games I start. I've even finished some, like, pretty, honestly, terrible games before. Okay, Atmos is going to do this attack. That attack's a little bit terrifying just because it does a pretty good chunk of damage. Yeah, Atmos does a pretty good chunk of damage with some of these attacks. Okay, and then he's back on the wall. 1, 2, 3, I can jump over that. That one I can dodge. Then that one I dodge. Wait for Atmos to do his ground slam. I can consistently dodge the ground slam. This one, the down attack seems to be fairly effective against. The charge attack is a little bit hard for me to read versus spinning and doing the spin attack. Okay, that one is just a dodge. 1, 2. Third one's gonna be a spin. Seems to always do 2 spins and 1 not spin. Yeah, Atmos seems to always do 2 spins and 1 not spin there. And then they're gonna do the icicle blast across the floor. They're gonna spin like crazy. Okay, I want to make sure I stay out of their way. I'm not sure how long this attack lasts for, but that's the first time I've ever survived the Phase 2 transition. Though then they changed their attack pattern on me. Okay, apparently this is gonna span the next stream, because I gotta call today's stream there, because I'm out of time. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Hope you had fun. Like, comment, subscribe, so YouTube doesn't keep me banished to the Shadow Realm for all eternity. And then, there will be more Memories in Orbit, Silk Song, and Inner Magnolia next week. I don't remember which days I'm putting each one, but it'll be on the end card and the schedule whenever I can remember to post that to YouTube and whatnot. So thanks for stopping by, everybody. Hope you had fun, and hope you have an absolutely wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.